All right. Hello. Welcome. I am the Chris who plays games, and tonight we're going to be playing a game called Power Blade. Power Blade is a 1993 platformer slash action adventure shooter, whatever it's called, game. Yeah, welcome to the stream, everybody. I am the Chris who plays games. It's Monday night, 9:15 p.m. Welcome. We got a big show in store for you tonight. I'm going to be talking about how music was made on the NES. We're going to be talking about, the future of YouTube gaming. We're going to be making our own song slash, track here in Famitracker in just a little bit. But for now, we're just going to get right into it. And just time for a quick, gameplay of the week. No, that's not how this works. Yeah, I don't know. Just pretend. It makes sense. It's good. Welcome, everybody. Hello, Van Helsing and the Slim Gamer Man, Dada, Roro, May, and anybody else who might happen to be around. Welcome to the stream. Yes, of course, this is my Blue Yeti microphone bought for me by the lovely Mrs. CPG in December, so I wouldn't dare stop using it. Then you won't be able to hear me, you just hear, like, I don't know, something that wasn't me. I guess you'd still hear. Well, on this computer, you wouldn't hear me because there's no microphone at all other than the one that's sitting in front of me, so there you go. If I didn't have a microphone, what would I do? Welcome. Whew. All right, it's Monday night, and we are yet again at the beginning of another week. For those of you who are, celebrating the day off today, happy Indigenous Peoples Day, or I suppose if your local community has not yet gotten with the times, happy Columbus Day. Hello, Dada, Roro, May. Alrighty. How do I not get hit and die? How about that? So, Arnold Schwarzenegger was certainly a character around this time. The Terminator movies were still new in 1993, but the actual character art was drawn by a very common video game illustrator slash artist at the time. He said that the likeness to Arnold Schwarzenegger slash the Terminator was enough that he actually did get contacted by the lawyers, but a picture that he used of himself that he used as a model was enough to cause them to go away. So he did actually get in a little bit of a legal, question slash cease and desist from Schwarzenegger lawyers, but was able to easily get away from it because he used himself as a likeness. Is a pop filter overkill for a stream? So it depends on your microphone. So the Blue Yeti microphone comes with a built-in windscreen, and I don't have any reason to think that this microphone is, not good enough as it is for me to just use it. I guess that would be something that you would have to answer based on what you're hearing. I, of course, am a big fan of high quality audio in streams, but I have not, observed anything about this mic that I feel is particularly problematic. Although I could be wrong, and I'm sure that some people would argue otherwise. Get away, I don't like you, get away. So this game is very clearly influenced heavily by Mega Man. It's got some of the same, similar characteristics on jumping and other things like that. One thing it does have that Mega Man doesn't have is that, oh, god damn it, I should have grabbed that star. One thing it does have that Mega Man doesn't is that if you are on a ladder that leads down and you jump down it, and even if there's more ladder below it, you won't just fall through, you will actually die. So that's kind of an annoying thing. My Mega Man tactics oftentimes include me just kind of hopping off a ladder to save time. Like here, I would just jump, but that doesn't actually work in this game. So this game was put out by Natsume. Natsume is a developer who's put out a bunch of games. They're actually most known now for the Harvest Moon series. They seem to have a bit of an odd past. They've been there were two companies called Natsume, one in Japan and one in the US. So I guess Natsume changed their name to, instead of just being Natsume, to be Natsume Atari. But they were not related to the Atari in the US either. So it seems like an odd set of choices for a game company to do that. But whatever. Anyway, Dada Romero, I'm glad you're having a beer. It's always good to settle in and have a little, get your drink on and your bitch on and your schmelt on. Hello, have you in the big? have me in the big. Well, I have you in the big too, Jose, whatever that means. Hello, Stingray Gaming. It's good to see you here tonight. Have you in the background. That makes more sense. He's talking on his phone, which is why it had the funny letters, because phones are bad at typing. I get it now. Anyway, oh god. Alright, well, so this power suit in Power Blade is actually really powerful, and losing it is kind of annoying because the level to which it improves your power is actually quite significant. One of the things you'll notice here is that I am... Hey, Pooper, how's it going? Yeah, so with the power suit, you can actually shoot through walls, which is very helpful when you've got things like these bats down here, but luckily I was able to take care of them anyway. I'm all recharged to full life, well, except for that. And yeah, your phone's not bad at typing. You lie! All phones are bad at typing. They're terrible. They're terrible devices. Phones should be banned. I've actually, when I was a young man back in the day, I used to have a Nokia 3650. The Nokia 3650 had a very weird dial. So it had a sort of rotary dial set of things. Ed 209. I don't even know who Ed 209 is, John Cooney, so you're going to have to give me a little bit more than that. Hello, Frame Gremlin. So, John, you got to explain to me, are you and Art Sherpa doing, or Cinnamon doing Sunday shows regularly? Because I was, like, looking forward to a Sunday show this week, and there wasn't one. Although I did see some mention of maybe somebody being sick or something like that, so... no, this is not Ed 209. You might actually expect that it's the Terminator based on, you know, some of the artwork, but it turns out that it's not the Terminator either, so there's that. It was the evil robot from RoboCop. Okay, I did not, I never saw RoboCop. Okay, so we've disarmed Sector 1, so we can move on to Sector 2. So John, I am sorry to hear that Cinnamon was sick. Give her my best. I believe, actually, you know, so my weekend was spent on Saturday with the lovely Mrs. CPG, even though she was somewhat sick, out test driving cars. So we test drove the Mini Cooper, or the Mini Clubman, which she instantly said was too big, and that we needed to look for something different. And so we tried out the Mini Cooper 4-door, which is an interesting car, to be sure. But unfortunately did not meet my requirements. It turns out that I had an unstated requirement in addition to my stated ones, which is I have to not feel like I have to shrug the car on in order to get into it. So we did end up trying that out, and I had to put the kibosh on the Mini Cooper that she was really interested in, unfortunately. I never saw RoboCop, that is true. Anyway. Oh, you're playing for Extra Life. GGC, when are you playing? You should join my team. I'm gonna make like a whole webpage and stuff. I haven't done it yet, but I'm totally gonna. So, there's I think a link to join the team in the description below. You can just click on it and like click join team or something like that. I am hopeful to have kind of like a whole... I don't know if you've seen the YouTube Gaming Primetime kind of layout where they've got like a stream on the left and then like a whole schedule with times and everything else like that on the right. It's my hope to do that as well for the Extra Life team so that you can kind of see people who are streaming now and get involved and everything else like that. Sundays in the afternoon, gotcha. You joined my team. Oh, that's right. I saw you join my team earlier today. I saw the email. I just didn't. I think of it. So, Maisie Mendez. Welcome to the stream. Your icon looks a little bit like Jay Kraken's. That's weird. Welcome to the stream. I am the Chris who plays games, playing retro games every Monday at 9:15 p.m. Eastern Time, and whatever I feel like every Friday at 9:15 p.m. Eastern Time. Tonight we are playing some Power Blade. Power Blade is a 1993 platformer that I actually saw being played by the Kryl, KRYL, another streamer here on the YouTube Gaming platform who was plays some retro games, and was checking him out. And yeah, it was pretty good. It's pretty good. And so after watching him play for a little bit, I was like, hey, I gotta play this. Of course, he was playing on an actual console, and so the game like died halfway through, so I didn't get to see a whole lot of it, but that's okay. Okay, so what's my major malfunction here? I need to go this way and then come up here. Is that right? Although I feel like I might have missed a... Okay, I missed something important, unfortunately, but that's okay. Well, thank you for subscribing, Maisie. Yeah, so we're going to be doing some, so one of the things that I've been looking into over the past week is how music on the Nintendo Entertainment System was made. Okay, so this is a real problem, because I need to go up there, I'm pretty sure. Just 1 second. This is why I have my maps. I got a map. I got a map. Yeah, there's no way I can get back up. Well, that sucks. And I picked up the power suit, so now I'm gonna lose that, so. You had to put in what? I'm lost. Oh, your address and phone number. Okay, yeah, no, that's because of charity rules, so. Yeah, so one of the, well, so, yeah, no, it could play 4 notes at a time, sort of. It could actually play 4 notes. It could, and actually, that's not even true. The NES sound chip was a, the FA03 chip from Rico, could play, had 4 voices. So voices are the typical way that you kind of measure the number of different things that the chip could do at one time. So if you've ever, you know, played on a cheap synthesizer, and you've like pushed the keys on the piano and only like 2 keys at a time can be pressed, that is the voices that you are, you know, running out of. And so, you know, that's what was missing on the NES, or what was limited on the NES. There are 2 square wave voices, and so those are typically form kind of the main melody of a tune, right? So if you listen to this, you've got that. The other thing that you've got is a triangle wave. So the triangle wave would oftentimes be used for, you know, the bass line or the downbeat or anything else like that. And then in addition to that, there was a noise channel. The noise channel is what makes noises like that, you know, that noise as I'm flinging my power blade. And the last thing that you could do is you could actually store digital samples. And this was not widely used, although in many of the games that are out there, like the Super Mario Bros. 3 and other things like that, you can hear those noises. So the steel drums in Super Mario 3 are kind of a canonical example of the noise channel on the NES. Now, it's worth noting that the NES did actually have, the Famicom system did, or, you know, hardware, did have access to expansion slots, and so if you had access to expansion slots, it is possible for it to access additional hardware, like music hardware. Unfortunately, the Western version of the NES did not have access to that expansion slots. It was wired up slightly differently, and so it was not possible for games to include MMCs or like additional chips that gave you access to additional audio. So this was only possible on the Japanese, the Famicom. And so if you look at like the Zelda on the Famicom Disk System, the FDS version, they actually have a, you know, more complete / complex soundtrack for Zelda because of the ability to access these expansion port chips. So yeah. Yay, you found a bug! Finding bugs is great, Jose, because your job is to find bugs, so, you know, that's a good thing. Calls, freeze, YTG. Oh, well, that's not good. You're not supposed to, they don't freeze it. They shouldn't freeze it. They should just pause it. And then you have to tap play when it comes back. 2 broken toaster oven Nintendos, and I was able to make 1 working NES. That's awesome. But yeah, hello, Born Depressed, and welcome. So yeah, so you can hear a couple different things here. You can hear the noises of these boomerangs. You can hear the da 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 da. So that is probably 2 different tones. But if you listen in the background, you can hear the do 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 do. And so that is using the triangle synth wave. And there's all kinds of different things you can do with these. You know, each of these chips can be programmed with a different instrument. The instruments can have duty cycles and other things like that that differ. So the traditional, you know, NES had each of those square waves could have you know, a duty cycle between, like, there are 4 duty cycle settings, and they adjust how it was played. You could do things like, you know, vibrato or other, you know, types of changes to the pitch and tone and bends and other things like that. So Jose streamed last night at 1 a.m. my time. He's an entomologist. Entomologist is the word that you're probably looking for. because an entomologist is not a thing. An entomologist, though, does study bugs, so... Oh, I hit it. I was trying to figure out how I could get by without getting hit, but I failed to do so, but that is okay. I do have my ID card, which is good. And we'll go this way here. Alright. Oh no! Don't hit me! Oh god! I'm failing at dodging. Fails to dodge. Alright, let's... Oh god. There we go. Hitting the select button on this particular controller is harder than it would have been on an NES. I'm like trying to push the button, but there's this stupid pad in the way. Yeah, so the Castlevania 3 cartridge is actually a special case. The reason that that's a special case is the Castlevania 3 cartridge is one of only 3 games in existence to use the Konami VRC6 chip. And so the Konami VRC6 chip, in addition to, is one of these expansion MMCs that I was talking about, that the, oh my god, seriously? And so the VRC6 chip offered an additional, what did it offer? It offered an additional 2 square waves, but they had a broader range of duty cycles. They were PWM powered, which meant that you were able to vary like what they sounded like more. And so these additional pulse channels, although they're just square wave channels, had a lot more variation in the types of tones it could use. The other thing is that it did have a sawtooth channel as well. So the sawtooth wave sounds very different and is one of the things that you got with the VRC6 that you didn't get otherwise. Another thing that existed is the VRC7 chip, and I think there was only like one Japanese game that used the VRC7 chip, but the VRC7 chip actually had like 3 FM synth chips. So hey, WP420 Gaming, not bad. I'm just talking about music here. How do you get motivated to make more videos? Well, the way I get motivated to make more videos is that I think about all the cool, awesome things that I want to tell all you people. So I have been watching folks like Tom Scott and 8-Bit Guy and other things like that, learning a lot about the technology around me, whether it is the, Green Bank telescope, radio telescope, or the NSA facility nearby it that has the giant quiet zone in West Virginia, whether it is, the symphonic melodies of the NES and the Rico 2A03 chip, or, the Konami VRC6 and 7, as we were just talking about. These are all super cool things to me, and I just want to share all of that out there in the world. It is certainly difficult when you have very few viewers to motivate yourself to create content, because, you basically sit there going, well, who the hell's going to watch it? This is stupid. And I cannot at all decry that as a thing that is not, noticed. So, hello, Porphyrio man. Hello, Porphyrio man. I'm gonna go with that. All right, this jump sucks. God damn it. What I should have done there was tossed a save state in, but I was not smart. So we'll start back over at the beginning of this level. No big deal. I mean, none of the things that I am talking about here have anything to do with my life. They're videos that I watched on YouTube. So, look at something on YouTube that interests you. Look at the Crash Course Philosophy courses, or look at, something else out there that intrigues you. Learn a thing. One of the things that I've actually been finding recently is that, and this has been in part, again, inspired by John Cooney, talking about public interest broadcast standards, is the amount of educational content that is on YouTube is so massive. There's all the drone videos and cat videos and gaming videos you could want, but the reality is that there's so much more interesting stuff than just watching someone play a game, and there's so much of it out there. There's people who, Crash Course or Smarter Every Day or other things like that. So I actually just watched a video from Smarter Every Day that was titled like, something along the lines of, if you're seeing is believing or something like that. And the question was, well, is that always true? Is seeing always believing, or are there cases where it's not? And so he took an example of a like a high-speed rotating PCB with RGB LEDs on it, filmed it at 5,000 frames per second, and looked at what it looked like under the high-speed camera. And what it turns out is that, you know, the reason that these, and it was able to make these really cool looking, you know, 8-bit pictures or other things like that. So, oh, am I buffering? Is it me? I'm sorry. Hold on. Pull this up. Oh, geez. Is that I think about all the cool, awesome things that I want to tell all you people. So I have been watching folks like that. So, oh, am I buffering? Is it me? Hello, hello, hello. I'm back. Oh. Oh, am I buffering? Is it me? Hello, hello, hello. I'm back. Okay, you guys can hear me again. All's well. That's good. Okay. Okay, yeah, so that was YouTube. Thank you, YouTube. You suck. I mean, I don't know for sure it's YouTube, but I'm pretty sure that I will look at it in the morning and I will be like, hey, you know that bug? Here's another example of it. So yeah, there you go. Turns out that transcoding video in real time is hard, and like, maybe we should just not do that. I know that, like, you know, 70% of my viewers wouldn't be able to watch me if I didn't do that, but I don't really need viewers anyway, right? Like, I can just stream at the highest bitrate I want, and if you can't watch it, that is, like, all your fault. I'm going with that from now on. No more transcoding, no more availability and access for other people. Like, that seems totally overrated as a concept. I think that open access is for chumps, and instead we should do something else. Oh, there's so much of this. Like, also the frogs jumping against a blue background. Yeah, tell me that isn't ripped directly from, oh crap, I didn't need to come over here. I already have the ID card. God damn it. Tell me that isn't ripped directly from Mega Man 2, like the Frogman level. I mean, there's so much of this that's a clear ripoff. But yeah, so, Born Depressed, what I was saying is there's so many interesting things in the world, and I understand that when you're depressed, it is super difficult, to, you know, come and be interested in things, right? Like, this is actually one of the primary ways. People sometimes are like, oh, you're depressed, so you're just like, you just cry all the time. And I'm like, and people are like, no, that's not what being depressed is. Being depressed is not, you know, hey, Soy Bomb, how's it going? Being depressed is about something different. Being depressed is about not being able to necessarily summon up the energy that you need in order to do the things that you want to care about. Do I still play Pokemon Go? I do not actually play Pokemon Go. And so, like, you know, today is National Mental Health Day. I, like, you know, I have been through... so I don't personally suffer from depression, although after going to therapy for a little while, my doctor was like, hey, by the way, has anyone ever tested you for ADHD? And I was like, no. He's like, do you want to be? And I said, sure. And I filled out the little thing, and I was like, so, you know, it's really silly that you handed me this form with the entries that correspond to ADHD being color-coded, right? Because that's really not a good thing for drug-seeking stuff. And he was like, yeah, I know. It's the stupidest form ever. I don't know why, like, you know, they do that. But in any case, he looked at it and said, so you pretty much meet all of the criteria for being, you know, attention deficit. And I was like, oh, okay. So now I'm on Adderall. That's helpful. She is Van Helsing. She is going to be making her own streams. So Painstakingly Played is linked in the little I button in the upper that corner over there. Here, I'll put me over here. Like, go click on my face. If you click on my face, there's a little I button, and when you click on that little I button, Painstakingly Played will be linked in there, and that is Mrs. CPG's channel, YouTube channel. She will be streaming this Wednesday. Oh god. Yeah, and like this dragon, clearly a ripoff of the Mega Man 2 dragon as well. So do I want to use, hold on one second. Okay. Doop. All right, there we go. Born Depressed, that is a thing that you might, yes, Stingray is also linked in my icon. Stingray is another awesome streamer here on the platform, who plays a lot of retro games recently, so, I've been trying to link a bunch of different, you know, people that I care about and who create awesome content on the platform in that little box there, and so, you know, Stingray gets the billing this week and Friday, yeah, oh god, get the fuck away from you, stupid dragon. That's not too similar. It's totally similar. It's the same goddamn thing. All right, get away from me. I don't like your stupid fireballs. And so yeah, back to your cave. Yeah, so Jose is working, by the way. So if he's saying hello late or poorly, it is because he hates you, not because he's working. Wait, no, the other way around. It's the other thing. God damn it. I don't actually have I keep dying, so I don't actually have a lot of power behind my boomerangs. Oh crap, and I just saved on top of my... God damn it. Pooper, you're not... Okay, so here's the thing. Depression sucks, but one of the problems that it brings you to is that it is very easy to allow depression to overwhelm all of the things that you think, and for you to turn, you know, minor offenses into major faux pas and issues and other things like that. And I understand that. Don't get me wrong. I understand that so much, right? My wife has suffered from depression for years, and I've gone through all of it again and again, and I know that you can't control it. I know that it's impossible to just tell the stupid voice in your brain that is obsessed with saying that you are useless and wrong and stupid to shut up for just one goddamn minute. But just because people sometimes, just because you do something that makes someone uncomfortable, just because not everything in life works out, does not mean that you can't do anything good. It does not mean that there is nothing good about you. It does not mean that, you know, your life is over. It does not mean anything like that. And the problem is that if you take that approach, if you allow yourself to fall into that cycle, it's a vicious spiral downwards. And so when you're feeling things like that, you really need to look towards tools and tips and approaches that can help you recover, you know, some of just think of good things. And I know that this is hard, right? If you are depressed, it is very difficult to do that. But, you know, go for a walk, call a friend, you know, do other things like that, because these things are very important. God damn it, this fucking level. Hello, Doti Gamer. Bienvenidos a mi juego. I never learned the word for like stream. Yeah, data capping sucks. Don't get me wrong. I am lucky that I am not in a Comcast data cap state at the moment. And also that even if I were, I would pay the $50 a month to get my internet uncapped. But, yeah. And so here's the thing. Like, you know, so one, there is a benefit that right now is pretty much the best time to be able to make friends on the internet. Natsume did make this game, Soy Bomb, that is correct. 10 megabits per second is plenty fast. You might mean a number different than 10 though. Or maybe you mean they only allow 10 megabytes? I don't know what you mean. So internet friends aren't the same, but the key thing that you want to look for, okay, so because it is normally I avoid a lot of this, but because this is National Mental Health Day, we will be talking about, you know, I'm gonna take this and run with it is what I'm gonna do, and we will get back to some more NES sound stuff later because I am gonna pull out Famitracker. We're gonna pull out the Zelda and Super Mario themes in Famitracker and take a look at it, and yeah, oh god. Okay, so, It is hard to make friends when you are depressed. It is hard to reach out. It is hard to set aside the nagging voice in the back of your head that says everything is terrible and it always will be and it's my fault. But there's two things that you need to remember. One, you will not fix this by, you know, following that path. Because the reality is that, I mean, if you're suicidal, I understand, and there are tools out there to help, and I really hope that you can find help that you need. There are, you know, suicide hotlines for, you know, reaching out for specific things like that. It is Indigenous Peoples Day, that is true, but it is also National Mental Health Day. Turns out that, you know, Columbus made a lot of people mentally ill. Actually, mostly he made them physically ill by giving them various diseases, but what can you do? God damn, like how, okay, you know what? Screw it. Oh no, I wanted to change stages. Ah, okay, well, there we go. Let's go here. We'll go back into the stage and do it again. Oh no, absolutely, GGC. Well, the other thing that you can do is, I'll pull it, even just in like, you know, so the FDS had a mapper that allowed you to do synthwave. We'll talk about that a little bit. Okay, I'm gonna back to mental health, right? So depression is hard. 1, get a therapist. They are helpful. 2, drugs are not always bad. Chemical imbalances in the brain are a real thing. They contribute heavily to depression. I did so well at this level. Like, I even made it, whatever. I need to get the suit. I need to get to the end of the level with the suit. That's the trick. The suit is so much more powerful, and I wasn't doing well on that. Amy Louise, how's it going? And so, yeah. So 1, get a therapist. I know it's hard, I know it sucks, but do it. 2, drugs aren't bad. A lot of depression stems from, you know, chemical imbalances in the brain. There are a lot of different, you know, medications out there that can have an effect on this. Wellbutrin, Lexapro, antidepressants, antipsychotics, all kinds of things that are designed to help balance the brain, and everyone's brain is different, and finding the right blend of them in order to be successful can take, you know, years. And so, yeah. Cat is not here. That is correct. 2, or 3, something. 3, I think. Don't get yourself trapped in vicious cycles. This is really easy for me to say and really hard to actually do. And I know it. I am even among my own, you know, good advice, which I know is good because we all know that I'm the smartest guy in town. You know, I have a hard time not getting myself trapped in vicious cycles of various kinds. So I realize that this is really difficult advice to take, but you really want to find ways to get out of patterns that would have you, you know, sinking deeper into depression. If, you know, when you go online, what you are finding is that you constantly feel, you know, lonely because other people have friends and you don't. You know, break out of that cycle. Go for a walk. You know, do something different. The other thing is that there are probably things in the world that make you happy. And one of the ways that you can improve, you know, on your outlook of life and everything else like that. Too much beer. That is true. I don't know PTSD very well. Born depressed, the reality, no, so medication is nothing to be ashamed of, because what you can do by taking medication is establish a more similar balance in brain chemistry that exists in other people. The reason that medications exist, the reason that people, you know, can benefit from medications is not because they're, you know, too weak and can just meditate on it or whatever else like that. You see shit like this all the time. Just because you are, you know, like, being depressed is not because you're weak. It's not because you can't do X, Y, or Z. It's not anything else like that. The reason that you are depressed is oftentimes due to, you know, terrible situations in your life, alternatively due to things like, you know, chemical imbalances, and fixing those things are good. Don't I ever miss the old me? I mean, keep in mind, like I said, I'm not, I don't particularly suffer from depression. I have seen it in all of my family members. Well, really primarily, you know, 2 of my family members. but you know, I've been around mental health treatment for a long time, so oh god. Okay. First I wanted to save. There we go. Oh god, I lost my suit. Oh no, my boomerangs aren't hitting him. There we go. There we go. Okay. So yeah, PTSD is not an area that I have a lot of, you know, experience with. That's not a thing that I do, but concentrating on love life though is a really bad place to start. Hello, little tiger. The reason that it's a bad place to start is that love life generally is going to he is yeah, absolutely. Oh god, what's down here? Do I want to go down there? Hold on one second. I gotta check my map and make sure I'm not gonna waste a bunch of my time going the wrong way. Just a second. Okay, that's a power suit. I don't need the power suit. Anything else over there? No, I need to go up. Okay. This is all the power blade I ever dreamed of. So PTSD isn't something I know about. I can't comment on it. I think that, you know, licensed and treated therapists are much better at this than I am. So, are you Jimmy Ray? Who wants to know? Who wants to know? I am not going to be doing that. No, what we're going to be doing is concocting a replacement to my donation music. So we all know that the FF8 theme is what I use for my donation music. Da, 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 da. So we're going to be composing, doing just a little quick ditty of a composition in chiptune to replace that as my donation music. So we'll be doing that as soon as we finish Power Blade 1, which I'm hopeful isn't going to be like 3.5 hours, because I kind of, you know, figured it was going to be less than that. Because of course, when I'm playing, you know, in my practice runs, I can finish the whole game in an hour and a half, but then I get to stream and I'm like, oh god, I can't beat the game. So around 11:30, we will swap to doing some Famitracker, whether I have finished the game or not, and we'll figure it out. We'll figure it out. Better start save scumming now. We'll see. What time is it now? It's 9:53. I'm through 2 levels, including my 5-minute intro. That means that my 1 minute of fighting with YouTube. That means that I was, let's see, 9:53 minus 5 minus 1 is, I can't do math in my head, 48, 47, 32 minutes. 32 minutes in, 2 levels down. So I've got 3 times that. I'm on track. An hour and a half to 2 hours is basically what I figured, so I'm doing good so far. So I'm more concentrated. That's it. Totally. Brad Pritchard, we all know that rule number 4 of CPG is CPG should always cheat. Little Tiger, I've been decent. I did not get a lot done at work today. I did write a Reddit post that I am very pleased with, and I think it's going to be my monologue for the night, so we'll pull that out when we get a second. But other than that, I was able to, you know, file bugs about a couple things, but other than that, didn't make a lot of progress. So it's true, I only have 890 seconds left, so if you go into expert mode, it does actually reduce the amount of time that you have. 1, 2, come on. 1, 2, 3. Oh, that was dumb. I meant to go underneath them, but that's alright. Ow. Stupid frogs. Oh no! Alright, I'll go back to the... Ooh. That was weird. It might be based on frames, right? Like the NES worked on frames. Oh, but those were like they did like was it 59 point something frames per second? So Kaiser Blade, Power Blade, Chris GC8. How's it going? Do I want to go for the power suit? I think I do. Oh, I don't want to go that way anyway. So yeah, I want to go for the power suit. That is going the wrong way. Alright, this time. Oh no, my food! I could have gotten a hamburger. So yeah, depression is hard. The biggest things that you really need to do is, one, make sure that you're working with a therapist. I understand that like, even therapists have therapists. My people oftentimes ask me, my wife actually recently asked me, she's like, why are we still going to therapy with our family therapist? Like, haven't we kind of, you know, solved a lot of the issues we were having on a day-to-day basis? And my answer is like, I think everyone should have a therapist. Like, the amount of utility that I get out of having a therapist is great. You know, I also have joked regularly that I get a lot of personal therapy out of being here and talking to you folks. So, you know, thank you. And I don't have to pay you nearly as much. So there you go. Oh, I made it. I'm good. Everything is good. Everything is good. Goodbye, Amy. Take care. Thank you for stopping by. It's good to see you. As Dr. Depressed. That's right. Except for the fact that I personally have less faith and trust in people who describe themselves as depressed to properly diagnose and respond to depression in other people. So, you know, I think it is very easy to get yourself wrapped up in it. So, Brad, I think your life is exciting enough that it would not bore a therapist. But even if you did, that's their job. That's not an okay comment. I don't know what that's supposed to mean, but it's not okay. It is not to say, of course, that depressed people can't be perfectly good in some walks of life and not in others, but I just worry, that's all. I'm just saying I worry. Oh, the bees! The bees! Yeah, so you should... yeah. Pooper, you're being creepy. Don't. Let's just solve it that way. I don't know what you're trying to say. I don't know if you're trying to make a joke, but it's not okay, and don't. All right, here we go. Bees! Oh my god! If it's a joke everyone else gets but me, great, but I'm not getting that feeling, that vibe. Okay. Come to me, come away, come, let's fly away. B. Arthur, that's spelled a different way, but it's funny. Yeah, so, no, Born Depressed, I don't trust you. I think that you're believing that that medication is a sign of weakness is an absolute travesty. It is a common and widely like held belief in this country, and I think that it is atrocious that people think that. Brains are made of chemistry. To not, you know, accept that is silly. And I think that is really important. Just 1 second here. Here we go. What? Come on, load. Do the thing. There we go. Okay. Oh, wait. I gotta... Wait. No, what? Huh? What? Hold on. I'm being stupid. Allow me to be stupid momentarily. I want to go... I want to hold your hand. I want to hold your hand. Okay. Here we go. Here we go. Okay. I don't think I can go that way. I don't know what the Wicker Man is. That's not a thing I know anything about. So I can't raise my hand for that. I think that's just trouble. So I'm gonna stay over here. Now, which pieces are you printing? The people? Is that what needs to be printed in the Settlers of Catan set? There's also like the board, right? ADHD is not bullshit, although it is a chronically misdiagnosed and over-medicated disease. I agree. There are many things which are diagnosed as ADHD, which are not. I take Adderall, a small amount of Adderall, 5 milligrams of Adderall, to help with concentration issues. It works very similarly to Alright, so I already have the power suit, but there's another one here. To kind of how caffeine works for me. They're very similar drugs as far as how they interact with my personal psyche. Oh, yeah, okay. So AWOL, you've probably got, oh, you're in the Denver office. Do you have like a makerspace at the Denver office that you can just take over for like 8 hours at a time? And the other thing to do is, I don't know if you can print multiple pieces at once, but that's a thing you could do. The only thing I will say is that you should expect, if your experience with a 3D printer is anything like mine, you should expect a failure rate of something like, you know, 70%. So build that into your estimate. Printing one piece a night will probably not actually get you there. Alright, I think if I go down here, I'm going to take to Iceland. Yeah, alright, there we go. Kevman, it's good to see you. How is it going? By the way, we actually do have a whole bunch of different people who stream on this platform here with us tonight. Kevman, AWOL, well, Kevman's a streamer who happens to work for Google. AWOL also works for Google. We can, I'm happy to continue to disagree with you on that, Born Depressed. Oh god, why was I doing that? That was stupid. Okay, I think I'm gonna get the ID. So Powerblade, you are Nova, a secret or special forces agent who is trying to a city has been taken over by like an evil megalomaniac computer, and you need to take it back, I guess. Is the story. That's fine. Yeah, so what was I saying? I forgot what I was saying. Oh, I'm glad your success ratio is high. I am so... you got a temporary boot, Van. Just Nova. Well, it's his code name, I assume. You must be Nova is what the people say to me when I pick up my items from them, so. The evil megalomaniac computer is not named Google, no. I think it's more likely to be named like T9000 or something. If you look at the channel art or the thumbnail for the video, you can see that it is very, very similar to a certain muscular man's movie franchise. Can I get that from here somehow? No, I'll do this. Anyway, God damn it, why are you not dying? I am powerful, you are weak, die. There we go. Where's that enemy coming from? Never mind. Kill this. That's right, Powerblade Game Mastery. That is correct. That's what we got going on. All right. Where's the boss? Boss up. Boss is up. Okay. So I need to go right and down. This level's kind of maze-like. I'm not super happy about that. Is it actually Nova O'Brien? I didn't check. Yeah, so Natsume did do this game and a couple of other, I think, NES platformers. They're now known more for their Harvest Moon games. They have a kind of weird history as far as I could tell. And this game is very much based, I would say that this is a pretty direct, you know, based on the Mega Man 2 franchise. I know that there's a lot of other things that come from it, but this is how I feel about it, so. Alright, you're gonna stay up there. You're gonna die. Alright, I've got some decent... Oh, I got a hamburger. Good, good. Eating those hamburgers. Okay, so now I need to go right this time. I need to grab this ladder. Oop, get away, get away! Yes, Scat was the other one. It has a funny name to me. But that's another one of the ones that was included in the Cinemassacre Top 10 Underrated Games was Scat, so... Yes! But then he demonstrated that he had used a painting of, or picture of him, a portrait of himself as the model, so, yep. Yeah, I thought that was funny. So yeah, now as I've been playing with Nintendo music this entire weekend, all I hear as I listen to these things is I don't watch Cinemassacre. I was watching someone's video on like how to do funny things in Super Mario Maker, and it happened to include as a recommendation a like top 10 things that don't like top 10 underrated games or something like that. Oh my god, seriously. Oh. Okay, well I've got the ID card now. This is stupid. I need to... Yeah. Spiffy Mark! It's good to see you! I mean, Born Depressed, I am pretty sure that at 32 years old, I've gotten pretty far past developing, but I'm sure that you're right. So Top 10 Underrated Games was a video by Cinemassacre. I picked it up when I was watching someone's, like, how to do funny things in Super Mario Maker video, and this game was, or Scat, which is also created by Natsume, was also included in that. So, yeah, we got that going on. Included in that was also one of the games that I'm thinking about playing on Friday. So this Friday, the topic of discussion is going to be politics. So I'll warn all of you now, if you are not politics people, or you are upset by the current state of politics in this country, or you are upset by me having opinions on the current state of politics in this country, I would recommend that Friday's stream will not be for you. What we will be doing, though, is playing Super Mario Maker 3, or Super Mario Brothers 3, picking up from World 7, where we already were, playing through 7 and 8, which I think will probably be about half of the stream, and moving on from there and playing some Felix the Cat. So Felix the Cat is another kind of action platformery game, and of course on Friday I will be back in Nashua doing my low budget streams, and I will not be able to play anything other than Nintendo, so there you go. Luckily, Spiffy Mark, you're not around on Friday, so it doesn't matter too much. Soy Bomb, no! I have kept so many of my political opinions to myself. Another thing to note is I actually did do one of my polls on Friday was a question of should I talk about politics, and I actually got a 50-50 yes-no response. So some people are actually interested in hearing with 16 votes. So if 8 people are actually interested in hearing my political views, like that is plenty for me. I only need one person to talk at a wall. Like, you know, someone needs to say yes or no every now and then, and that'll be good. So. You don't exist on Fridays. Am I really a grown-up? I don't know if I'm a grown-up. I haven't checked. Although Jose, you might be not live. You might want to check that live button and see there. Oh god, get out of here, all of you. That's right. Take that. All right, now I need to go up here. You fools! You voted yes! Hey, I'm giving you fair warning. I could have made tonight about politics because I had so many opinions, but this was a no politics stream tonight. But Friday, that goes out the window. Friday, we're going to do the #1 faux pas of being online, and that is sharing politics views. So, Kevin is here. I'm not talking about politics. See how well that worked? Hey, Brandon DeWayne, coming in with that dancer raid from Corky Dancer. That's right. That's right. I just need someone to nod. One Shot Girl, Jay Sanchez, Chris GC8 was already here. Chris is voting Christopher. That's not the case. Robo Ron with that dancer raid. Donald Kenning, Tony Knights. Thank you all for being here. I am the Chris who plays games. And tonight we are playing some Power Blade. We're also talking about a little bit, although there's some disagreements about mental health. Because it is National Mental Health Day, and I was talking a little bit about the fact that I do have, you know, some experience dealing with the practical matters of depression in my family. Do I know words? Do I have the best words? I do not have the best words, because if I had the best words, I would know what to say over dying over and over again on the same thing over some really, really simple platforming. Wanna Smoke, thank you for subscribing. Dick Cookie Mold. Potato Pie, welcome to the stream. Aunt Ken Shard, Corky, Matt Sandman. Anyway, Corky Dancer, thank you for that raid. Thank you all for subscribing. I am the Chris who plays games, playing retro games every Monday at 9:15 p.m. EST, and whatever the heck I feel like every Friday at 9:15 p.m. EST. And I say EST and actually mean Eastern Time, because even when it's EDT, I'm still streaming at 9:15. A Sleepless Idiot, Griff, is that you? Are you back? Because I tried to watch your stream and like it was somebody else and I was confused. Starry Scar Nights. I can't words. See, my words are clearly not the best. My alert changes. Yes, it does. I have 12 different alert sounds, and one of them is actually configured with a different font because I changed it at one point and never changed it back. But yeah, so I have a whole bunch of different alerts. It's one of the properties of the live stream alerts platform is that you can have all kinds of different alerts and it will randomly choose between them. So there you go. Anyway, Corky Dancer, thanks for that raid. Corky Dancer is part of the One Shot Girl Corky Dancer fam of streamers that I love to watch, and you should too. If you have not checked her out, you might want to do so. Although not right now, because I'm streaming and she's not, so you know that wouldn't work very well. I also had the pleasure, the glorious pleasure, of meeting Corky Dancer in person at PAX East. And when I say PAX East, I actually mean outside PAX East because I was way too cheap to pay to get in. Yeah, that's right. You have returned. Well, that's good to see, Griff. I keep the best scripts for myself. I don't keep the best scripts for myself. I give all the scripts to everybody. It's just part of the way it works. So if you configure multiple subscriber alerts in live stream alerts, oh, I'm sorry, Jose. I would blame Rob. Just be like, Rob. Actually, with the iPad, it's all Apple. Just blame Apple for everything. Everything's all like HLS, and you can't do anything about it, and it's so terrible. So whatever. Not that I ever said that. So, yeah, no, definitely didn't say that. I need to meet nice people. You need to meet more people. Well, here's some people. I found some. I don't know how many people there are here. Probably at least 3. So there's some people like Jose and Mark and Brad and all kinds of people. I guess there was news today about Google apparently was going to make a robot arm, and then they didn't make a robot arm, and someone leaked it to the press that we didn't make a robot arm. It was so great. I blame EA. Joshua the Space Ruler. It's good to see you. Okay, I start here, and I have to go all the way right and then up. Well, sort of all the way right. Let's go all the way right-ish. Oh, the power suit's down. Okay, let's just keep going. We're good. I got it. I got my map up. I got everything going on. Yeah, I mean, ruling space is a really hard job. Speaking as someone who rules not space, but just a small section of Earth, it's pretty hard even with that being the case, so I can understand how space would be harder. Oh my god, get out of here, you dire! Forget-a-boo-goo. Forget-a-boo-goo. Okay, I gotta go down and up. That's what I gotta do. Google can do that. Trust in Google. One of us. One of us. I'm a big Google fanboy. Part of that is because I work there. Amusingly enough, before I worked for Google, I was not really a Google fanboy because as an open source zealot who had seen many of his great friends go start working for Google, what I found was that they would disappear from off the face of the earth. So they would take the projects that they had been maintaining as open source projects and they would no longer be, you know, as well maintained. And this made me really sad. And I also always used to put a lot of that like on Google, like as a source of the problem. What I found out after I started working for Google is that that's not Google's fault, not really. It is a little bit, but the reason that it's Google's fault is because Google is actually just such a great place to work that once you get used to Google's like superior tooling, features, and community inside, it is actually really difficult to go back to, you know, working with the tools that are available on the public internet. It's really difficult to convince yourself that it is worth it to fight with random assholes when you have a selection of really great, awesome people inside the company you work for. Am I like screwed here? Can I not make that jump? Oh, can I? Oh, god damn it, why didn't I save? Why didn't I save? Okay, let's try this up. Again, Skynet to be online. Oh god, oh god, oh god. You're a fanboy. I am also a fanboy of fans. I don't use one at the moment. Well, I guess I'm probably using like 4 at the moment because otherwise my computer would probably get a little bit hot, so, yeah. Oh, okay. After this level, I think we're going to take our first intermission, and you're going to get to see a funny video of emus. That's going to be what we're going to do, so... yeah, so Google just has a ton of cool tools. We've got a ton of cool people, and it's really hard to motivate yourself to, you know, go back to working like a pleb. And, I mean, I say that in a joking way because I am joking, but it is also true, so... how do I don't know... Oh, okay, I can make that jump. Does not look like a jump I can make, but it is a jump that I can make. But yeah, so the tools at Google are really great, you know, whether it is the testing environment, whether it is simply having all of the computers, you know, I never really understood before I started working for Google how... at Google, it's not just that you have access to a lot of computers, instead that it's essentially that you have access to one giant networked computer. And so we've actually published a lot about this now. I think we've published the name Borg, which is our compute cluster, you know, running software. And when you run something in Borg, you don't really think about it in the same way as you do a normal computer, because you don't think like, oh, I'm going to spin up, you know, N computers to handle this problem like you might in AWS or something else like that. Instead, you just think about like, oh, like the computer is big and I'm going to use a chunk of it. So take care, Corky Dancer. Have a great night. Thanks for stopping by. Thanks for the raid and for all of the Corky Raiders. Again, if you have not checked out Corky Dancer, awesome streamer, awesome friend of the channel, check her out. Do it to it. Give me this ID card. By the way, if you have been asking for a stream from Mrs. CPG, Mrs. CPG being my lovely wife who oftentimes brings me snacks, she is going to be streaming again this Wednesday. This Wednesday she will be playing some Katamari Damacy on the PS2. It won't be on a PS2 because that would be weird, but she will be playing some PS2 gaming from, yeah, that. Words. I can do that. Words, they're a good thing. Okay, what did I do now? How do I get back to where I want to be? I can't get up there. Can I get up there if I do that? No. Okay, so I just have to go down here and go all the way around again, which is what I tried last time and failed, so this should go really well. Yeah. I have the best words! Okay, that is the jump I was supposed to make. It's just a hard jump. Hard jump! Wednesday at 7 p.m. An assortment of cheeses. I would assume that there will be an assortment of cheeses. Possibly also some saucisson sec. And possibly also some strawberry tequila. I don't know if that's how it's going to work out, but that's what I'm going to assume, so we'll find out if I'm right. in the next episode of Chris Plays Games. But yeah, Painstakingly Played is linked from the little I button in the upper right corner of the channel. You can hit that button and subscribe to her live, or live? You can subscribe to her live, subscribe to her channel, I don't know. Yeah, Soy Bomb, you'll be there when you're done. You can bring in your whole crowd, you know, you'll bring Pooper by and everything will be great. Politics stream is on Friday. I'm just gonna keep saying that. It's not gonna get me anywhere, but I'm gonna try because I have so many words. They aren't the best ones, but they are words. God damn it, what do I have to do to get over there? I don't get it. Oh, that's right. That's right, mango-flavored Clorox. I don't know what that means in this context. Your mod ditched you. I'm sorry that your mod ditched you. I don't really care. No, I don't think I can make that jump. I'm not sure how I'm supposed... How did I get over there originally? Was I like way back? But I can't get back over there anywhere. I have to like go all the way back to the beginning of the level? Oh god, this level sucks. This level sucks! Alright. Ow, I got hit. Okay, yeah. So as you listen to the sound in this game, you'll actually hear. We'll go back to the NES sound discussion. So so yeah, in all of these levels, you can hear kind of the melody. So that's a, and that's actually two different square wave sounds that are going to probably be, you know, mixed in opposition to each other. You know, that playing kind of a half of a chord. In the lower range, you can hear the it's kind of a low bass line behind everything. So that's the triangle wave. In the background there, oftentimes used for those bass notes. And then my boomerangs are the noise, and if you can include noise in your soundtracks, it is common, it's, you know, a regular piece of the soundtracks for the a lot of games, but the Nintendo only had the 4 voices. So if you need to use a voice, for example, because I'm throwing my boomerang, it will take it out of commission for your soundtrack. So if you want to add those noise tracks, you will find that, you know, whichever you started playing last, I assume, is going to end up taking over that voice. So, hello, gaming lawyer. Did I record a wave, Soy Bomb? I did not. I did grab a wave online and do some digital PCM thing just to test it out. So I have not had a chance to watch Westworld. I don't know what Westworld is. Oh god damn it. What is Westworld, and should I know it? Friday, Jose. Not Sunday. There you go. Yeah, so I will toss together my Word doc. So I don't know if this is something you're all aware of, but I've been tossing together Word docs for my last few streams kind of as prep materials with my links and my notes and other things like that. Those materials will be going out to Patreon supporters at the $4 level and above with you know, all of the notes that I've got going on you know, the day before my stream or as early as I get them started going on from now on, and folks can add comments to them or whatever else like that. So if you are interested in getting a sneak peek of the week's stream, you know, what's going on, what's in my head, what I plan to talk about, what video clips we might see, other things like that, you can feel free to subscribe/support on Patreon and get early access to all of my notes. Gotcha. God damn it. Alright, I'm gonna die again because I get to keep my ID card and I can't figure out another way to get it here, so I'm just gonna start this level over and this will be the right way to do it. Yeah, Kevman, I've been working on this a lot. So one of the things that I have found is that I actually really like the variety show aspect of the streams. You know, I watched Jeff Keighley's Live with YouTube Gaming, and I really enjoyed having his, you know, monologue pieces and his other things like that as kind of an inspiration for me of what I really enjoy. And so, you know, I've also been listening to Spiffy Mark did a podcast for a lot of years called Low Budget FM. Low Budget FM was a relatively popular podcast for the time, so he was getting up to, I think, 15,000 you know, viewers/listeners for each of the episodes, and they were, I think, supported in part by advertising and other things like that. But listening to these old episodes, it has come to me like how much I really just enjoy having someone who's always talking about something, and so that's the model that I've been following, is basically the podcast model for content creation. So rather than just the, you know, you sit here and if I see something interesting in the game, I respond to it, I've been putting a lot of, you know, thought and effort and studying and practicing and other things like that into my streams. So that's kind of where I'm going with it. I realize that not everyone likes that style. Some people just like to sit back and, you know, watch some games, but I have been you know, taking it a different direction. And one of the things I really enjoy is that on YouTube I can do that, right? I can sit down and have a monologue, even if it's not about gaming, and it's okay. I can sit back and I can have a discussion about, you know, politics or anything else like that. And granted, I'm going to piss off, you know, half the world with my comments on politics or mental health or medication or anything else like that. And I feel like that's an interesting part of the stream for me. So take care, Stingray. A sleepless idiot. I don't believe you. So notifications oftentimes don't behave in the way that people expect. So there's an expectation, for example, that if you subscribe to someone on YouTube, you will get delivered a notification for every live stream they start or video they upload. This is not true. If you subscribe to someone on YouTube Gaming, by default, take care, Soy Bomb. If you subscribe on YouTube Gaming, by default, you will be subscribed and enabled for all live stream start notifications by default. Those notifications come via the YouTube Gaming app and not through any other way. And so if you have the YouTube Gaming app installed and you subscribe to someone on YouTube Gaming, then you will get notifications by default for their live streams. This depends on a bunch of things. You know, you have to have the app installed, you have to be logged into the right account, and other things like that. One of the things that people believe, but that is not true, is that if you subscribe on YouTube, you will get this. This is not true. On YouTube, you will only get notifications of people if you have dinged that bell, hit the bell icon to subscribe to all of their notifications. If you have not done that, then you will not... and so, that's right, Little Tiger, the CPG show starring Chris. That's exactly right. Alright, give me goddamn hits. Notifications are too complicated, absolutely. The other thing that is misleading is that when you first subscribe to someone on YouTube, you may get their live stream notifications, because if YouTube decides that you are, you know, likely to watch someone's live stream, then it will send you a notification. In fact, it will sometimes send you notifications for things that it decides that you might want to watch, even if you haven't opted in by subscribing, which is a point of personal frustration for me, but I guess people click on those things just as much as they click on any other notification. So, you know, the so the affinity notifications, the like, you know, YouTube has randomly decided that you are going to like this content, are probably more likely when you've just subscribed to somebody, because you're going to have, you know, a very short time window of signal, and that signal is going to be like, oh, I just subscribed to them, like I've watched their last 2 streams, therefore YouTube will start by sending you those notifications. Well, now, you know, you stop watching every one of them because, you know, you had to eat dinner at some point, and YouTube's like, oh, you don't like this anymore, so I'm not going to send you notifications. I totally get not enabling all mobile notifications by default. I think that it's, you know, mobile notifications are super easy to get fatigued with, and since YouTube, like, mobile apps came long after some people have been subscribed to hundreds of different channels, or even thousands in some cases, you can't just turn that all on and expect people to not get, you know, pushed away. So the Pixel King, a thing you can do is you can go into your watch history. If you go into your watch history and delete the, if you go into your watch history and delete the, drop a save here, and delete the video that you watched that is providing crappy recommendations for you. So if you know that you clicked on porn, then you can do that. It will clear your recommendation history, or clear recommendations based on that video, so you can remove a specific video. So I need more recommendations of porn. Some people might say that. Okay, I need to take... I don't know, did I piss you off, Gaming Lawyer? I didn't mean to. So lost, so confused. Please, no more angry Gut Joe guy. Yeah, the primetime notifications, I don't know how those are going on. I think there's a lot of desire to push primetime because they aren't sure that people are seeing it, maybe. I don't know. Anyway, I need to take a breath. So we're going to watch some emus. Here we go.
For something completely different.
And we're back. That video was awesome. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. I feel the same way, but I did create the video, so I am at least a little bit biased. All right, how the hell? All right, here we go. Yes, so that is Yakety Sax by Benny Hill. There is every possibility of, Proto Sam, happy birthday! Happy birthday to Proto Sam. Yeah, so, the Benny Hill music, amusingly enough, did not get copyright claimed when I uploaded that video. If I get copyright claimed on this video, it will be even more amusing. I don't mind, though. I think that the reality is that if someone wants to take my ad pennies from my live streams, they're welcome to. I don't even run advertisements during my live streams anymore, so this is not really a big deal to me. Thanks to my lovely Patreon supporters who are supporting me at a level of more than $12 a month, which is more than I could conceivably receive in ads, even if I had 3 times the viewership that I have. We have turned off all advertisements on this channel so that you can enjoy without ads. So, yeah. I have no idea, Jose Angel, how primetime notifications are decided or recommended or anything else like that, so I don't know. I don't know. I just know that I get them from the YouTube gaming app, so. I don't think that this one has the, like, the vwomp, vwomp blocks, but I could be wrong. This is very TMNT super level. Like I said, this whole game, what? Oh, there you go. Okay, I was wrong. I did not see this part. Okay, so we have to, that, and then this, and then, God damn it. Oh, I can jump through them, so. Yeah, I don't want to know the answer. Please don't tell me the answer. What the fuck am I supposed to do? This pattern it changes every time. So Twitch Prime, well, thank you, Proto-Sam. I think I'd never heard of it. I was actually watching a guy named the Kirill, the KRYL, who's a streamer here on YouTube, who is playing some retro games at some point. He was actually playing NES games on an NES because he's a much braver man than I, and he was playing Power Blade for about 22 minutes until his NES crashed, at which point I said, you know, while I was commenting earlier that I always play on an emulator because I just can't deal with the hardware problems, this is why. My job as a streamer is to entertain, not to suffer hardware problems and bore people to death. So yeah. Alright. Alright, so where has my little dog gone? Oh, where can he be? Do I want to go down here? No. I want to go down here. Grab that. What? Oh. Thought that was gonna refill my life, and it did not. Ass pennies! Okay, leave me alone. Okay, that was bad. Your NES never crashes. It's well preserved. Cancel my ass pennies every day. I'm so confused. The chat is so confusing. Anyway, yeah, so for those of you who are just arriving, this is kind of how things work most of the time. This is the CPG show with I am your host, CPG, where I do random things like play videos of emus. That video of an emu, by the way, was recorded by yours truly. What had happened was a goose got into the emu pen, and when a goose gets into the emu pens, the emus chase after it. One of the things that isn't captured well in the video, but does actually appear very much if you ever see an emu chasing a goose in real life, is that emus, when they try to turn around, they do this whole like thing where they whip their head around in circles. It is very funny. Kabuki Quantum Fighter, I'm gonna die. Okay, good to know. Good to know. Let's get some more of this going on. All right, go up here, there we go. All right. My NES never works. None of my old game machines actually work reliably, so. Yeah, so far I'm liking this game. I also have Power Blade 2 hooked up if we've got that going on. As I said, if you are interested in knowing ahead of time what games I'm gonna play and other things like that, I am working on sharing that information to Patreon supporters. I share a notes. I'm gonna start sharing a notes doc every week with the Patreon supporters to find out what's coming up next. So this Friday we will be talking politics. This is a fair warning to all of you lovely fans. If politics is not your thing, you don't want to stop by on Friday, because this is after all my stream, and I got some words I need to get out, but I'm not going to subject people to that without it being something that is explicitly warned and prepared for ahead of time. So on Friday's politics, we're playing Super Mario Bros. 3 as well as Felix the Cat. So, you know, come on by, stop on by for that. I will be back to my low budget streaming setup in Nashua, so I will be streaming it glorious 480p. Get out of here, you stupid enemy thing. I'm actually kind of disappointed in the lack of variety and the number of enemies. I think that that's a little bit disappointing. Later tonight, we will be pulling out Famitracker. Famitracker is a piece of tracking software for NES music, so we'll be creating some NES-style chip tunes and using them as our donation message. So I don't really want a machine that I can hook things up with, so. Does Power Blade 2 have a subtitle? It does not have a subtitle as far as I know. Oh, I went the wrong way. That sucks. Well, that's because you're using Firefox there, Spiffy Mark. I don't know what I can tell you. No, Firefox on Firefox on YouTube in general are just not super happy together lately. So I wonder if that's more of a YouTube problem or something else. I know there's all kinds of weird stuff we're doing, so it's always weird stuff we're doing, I guess. All right, get out of here. Get out of here, I said. Did not say come back to life and kill me. Oh no, I have 0 lives left, which is a bad thing because I'm gonna get to the boss of this level with half of my life and not a power suit, and I'm not gonna be able to beat it. This is sad. God damn it. Just making the situation harder. Oh, I got a burger. Yes, burger. Oh, god damn it. Ah, if I had a power suit, this would be way easier. Alright, there we go. That was not great, but I did stay alive. Do all your YouTube watching on Tor? Well, that's very bad. I mean, bad for you, not like don't do it, because Tor is great. Tor is actually, the Tor project is based in Cambridge, so we're big fans of Tor here, but yeah. Oh god, this guy looks scary. So let's toss this save state in here and we'll see if we can kill him in one. I have no idea what I'm supposed to do now. I was like stuck in a corner. Okay. Like, what? Nope. Oh, I have to go over his head. Duh. Like, what am I supposed to do? Alright, I was too slow. Oh, what? The hitboxes in this is a little bit weird. I'm not sure how I feel about that. Alright. I don't know what just happened, but I know that I can kill him. Haha, I did it! Excellent. Jumping over him is for chumps. Mano a mano. Oh, excuse me. Yeah, so in order to give you, now that we're moving on to the 7th level here, now that we've exited, successfully disarmed all of these sectors. But before we do that, I actually want to break out another couple videos here. This is going to be a couple demos of the music on the NES and how it worked. So this is talking a little bit about the NES sound chip, and this is a video from the 8-Bit Guy posted about a year ago. I'm going to be sharing some of this because this is going to lead into our Famitracker work after this. So here we go.
The voices used in the NES are for the most part stuck making one type of sound. The first 2 voices can only produce square waves that sound like this. The third voice can only produce a triangle and is typically used for the low bass notes.
Boom, 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 boom.
The fourth voice can only produce noise. And the fifth voice is for PCM sampled sounds, which was rarely used. But a good example would be Super Mario Bros. 3. You can clearly hear the steel drum sounds being used. Because of the way...
Yeah, so so that's just an example of how the NES sounds worked. And so we're gonna go into this after this and do some Famitracker work, where I will be, you know, showing. Yeah, you know what? Just because you're here all the time, and yes, I do some crossover, but you know what? Not everyone's here all the time, and you're just gonna have to deal with it. That's what I got to say. Intruder alert! Peripheral security forces have been breached. Main defenses activated. So yeah, the voices there are what we're going to be looking at, and I'll actually pull out the soundtracks of some of the levels in Super Mario Brothers and the Zelda to look at those. So, because you swore at me for trying to share something cool, and it makes me feel pouty. I got the beer here too. I'm doing soda first. My Tuesday mornings have been a bit rough lately, so I'm going for 1 beer tonight instead of 2. So that's why I'm that. I don't know. It's hard for me to interpret sarcasm online, and so I sometimes overreact. I mean, I probably often overreact. But I do feel like, you know, sometimes feel personally attacked when I shouldn't. And I don't know. I don't know. I'm an emotional guy. I'm a sensitive guy. I know that it does not obvious. Actually, it's probably super obvious, but I'm a sensitive guy. Oh, food. Give me burgers. Okay, so I got burger and power suit. There is one other power suit in the level, so if I lose this one, I can get another one. But yeah, I don't know if I have that, but we will. We can try and, you know what? GGC. Excuse me. Yeah. So this is gonna get claimed no matter what, because I'm gonna play enough of these Mario tunes to get claimed. Like I probably just did, but whatever. So yeah, we can probably listen to the Castlevania bits if you want. I don't know why I'm like worried about. The biggest thing that I'm worried about, of course, is not actually the claims, because I don't like. Who cares about my ad pennies? I'd much rather have a cool show and have some people here who enjoy it than worry about ad pennies. Oh god damn it! Oh no! That was stupid of me. I went the wrong way. Take care, little tiger. So they were just playing. Yeah. So for like the 8-bit guy stuff, like it's a consideration, right? And so this is why I'm not playing all of the videos. And so like the emu video, right, is mine. And certainly like Tom Scott, right, I pulled a short snippet from his content, but not much. I think that if I were to, you know, reach out and be like, hey, you know, like if these people were smaller, I would reach out and say like, hey, I used part of your video here, you know, whatever. And I maybe should do that out of courtesy anyway. But my goal here is to like educate and inform and use small snippets. Certainly in this particular case, like the PCM wave sample bits are, you know, creative enough that I do feel a little bit of, you know, concern about, like, not even from a legal perspective, but from a moral perspective. Like, you went ahead and created this content. Yes, it is the content that drew me in to look into this more myself and understand it, but that doesn't mean that you would necessarily want your content used this way. So, but yes, the emu video is mine. Yeah, I recorded that at Franklin Park Zoo. Yeah, absolutely. So this is a little bit like the, you know, the Hawk versus Drone video. Hawk versus Drone is, you know, a video of mine that I can play. All right. So what do we got here? I have to go. Can I make this jump? Oh, let's go down here. Drop that there. I don't think I can make that. No, I can't. Anyway, take care, Chris GC8. Thanks for stopping by. Have a great night. Here we go. Now we'll go up here, come back down here. Is having YTG all to yourself a particularly compelling option for you, Matus? But yeah, so I also expect, by the way, that I will, for those of you who are interested in the Famitracker stuff and aren't around, I will be pulling it out. My goal is to make a nice separate clip so that we can pull out and include in a VOD. So Alright, so now I've got the suit, I've got some power. Uh-oh, that was stupid of me. Ah, you got me. Unfortunately, this isn't even this guy's final form, so that's trouble. Alright, here we go. Oh, hey, well, I don't actually remember you making any comments that upset me, so no worries here, my friend. I do agree with that, Matus, but it does seem that like evil bosses and enemies in video games have a very different sense of what's important in life than I do, like just in general, so I'm not super surprised. Oh, crap. Ow. Crap. Ah. Yes! Woo! Oh, did it? I did it! Good job, Nova. Thanks to you. Now we must rebuild, but this time we will be more careful and not surrender control to a machine. Alright, so we beat it. Yay! Go us! Well, me. I don't know. Is it us or me? What do you think? Do you feel like you were part of this, you know, streaming thing? That's the question I have for you. Okay, so, you know, we've got, so you can hear in the music here, right? You've got the low beats, you've got noises, the like the tin, you know, like hi-hats and other things like that from a drum set, and you've got all those noises. Well, so how did those end up looking, if you want to kind of separate them out and play them together? So, or play them not together. So we're gonna be looking at that tonight. So what I'm pulling up here is a thing called Famitracker. Famitracker is a piece of software that allows you to kind of break down and create music that is similar to what would be on the NES. So this is, you know, free software you can download and play, and there's all kinds of stuff out there. People do really complex things. They also do really simple things. So one of the things I grabbed is actually the music for Super Mario Brothers. No, I'm not done streaming. We're gonna play with Famitracker for about 30-45 minutes, and then or 30 minutes, and then go on to Power Blade 2. And so what we have here with Famitracker. So yeah, if you are just joining us, this is the part of the stream where we're gonna do some learning. I'm gonna teach you a little bit about this and show you what the music in an NES, how the music in an NES is actually made. And so we'll just start with Super Mario Brothers 1. It's a very iconic theme that many of us have probably heard before. And again, I was talking about there's basically five pieces. The PCM track is not used in this particular song. So you have 2 pulse waves, a triangle wave, and a noise wave. And if you want to hear what these sound like, right? You can kind of hear a triangle wave sounds like that, or like this. Pulse waves instead sound like this. So you got the pulse waves that are in there. You've also got all of these different instruments up here. So instruments control like how the volume works and other things like that. So you can see here that pretty much all of these notes are coming out of instrument 4, which is labeled SMB1 short lead. And you can't see the important part here. So 1 second, just a second. I need to add a tracker and this. Okay. So the short lead here, this is the instrument. You can see that it has a 0 volume followed by a whole set of steps here, right? And so you can also see that it has this two duty cycle. Sorry for my weird mousy bits there, right? So this is basically just you can hear what the music sounds like, right? So I can do this. This is what it sounds like if I change the duty cycle to 3 instead and hit enter. You can see that it sounds a bit different. If I change it to 0, it's going to sound more tinny. If I change it back to 2, this is the kind of sound that's typical in the Mario world, right? So we've got that. So what we'll do here is actually start, and then noise is something where it just makes noise. You got a whole bunch of different noise settings. So if you've ever heard like at the beginning of Contra, where the title screen comes in and it goes, that's basically just this. So that's all that is. So let's undo that. Okay, so right now I've got all of these channels off, and we can start by just turning on one channel, and we can play the Super Mario World theme or Super Mario Brothers theme with just this one track or one voice. So you can hear how this has kind of I hope you can hear. Turn this up a little bit, maybe. You can hear how this has kind of the sense of the Mario theme, but it's not exactly in the sense you're used to, right? So if we add in the second pulse channel, you can see that hearing those two together, it's more of the kind of tone and chord and everything else like that that you're used to it sounding like. But we're still missing something, of course, right? So what we're missing is kind of that bass line beat that underlies all of this. So adding that third note in there, you're really getting the whole, chord that's going on that really gives you the sense of it. And so that do-do-do-do-do is only the triangle mixing in underneath. And without that, you don't have that same kind of beat. And then, of course, it's still really not complete. There's an additional thing here we have, which is the noise that goes with it, which is the little tings and taps that you get from it. And so another thing that you can see actually up here is that so this is the number of frames, right? So these frames up here basically allow you to reuse parts of the music. And so you can see that although there are 9 different frames that combine these different things together to kind of do the complete loop, there's only 4 different main beat frames, or 3 or 1 or whatever else like that. So it's the same noise over and over. And so the noise only has 0 and 1 frame, and it uses those over and over. So if we turn off all of these, except for the noise, we've got this noise section, this noise frame, and then the other one we've got is this one. So you can hear that there's kind of these 2 different things, and they are able to reuse these, and then I guess there's actually a third one, which is here, which is kind of the opposite of that first one. So, yeah, so we could speed it up if we wanted to. So we could make this, 220 and play through it. And most likely, this is how the sped up version of the songs worked. Is basically they just, put in a trigger that speeds it up. 255 as high as it goes, but we can actually turn this down even further. anyway, so we don't really want to leave it that way, but that's a fine thing to do. And then the other thing we can do is we can talk about looking at Super Mario Brothers 3. So Super Mario Brothers 3 is a track that actually uses that digital PCM sound. Basically, if we look at this channel here, right? So we've got channel OB. So if we go over here, OB, hexadecimal, edit this. And so what we can see here, oh, sorry, you all went away. 1 second, I'm bringing you back up. So what we can see here is that these are all just various sounds that have been stored into the device. So each of these is a short little wave file that makes different noises. And of course, on a cartridge, you had very little space. So at least in NSF, in this tracker software, you have the ability to use, up to 256 kilobytes of data. But on an NES cartridge, 256 kilobytes was a massive amount of data. So PCM is, I don't know off the top of my head, PCM audio, pulse code modulation. So it's a way to digitally represent sampled audio signals. So it's the standard form of basically wave files. These are basically wave files. So PCM is like wave files are PCM files. So yeah, so we can listen to just this PCM channel. And this is basically like there's 4 kilobytes worth of data that is stored in these bytes, and you can see it's adding something interesting to it that you couldn't just do with the noise channel, because the noise channel is limited in the noises it can make. So now we'll go the same route as we did again. So we'll start with the pulse channel and go all the way across, kind of listening to these, right? So this is Super Mario Brothers 3 World 1, the general like outer world stage. And again, this is going to sound very odd because this isn't how we normally hear it. We hear it together with this. So you can see that they're kind of they're not moving exactly together. They're moving kind of in counterpoints and everything else like that. And as we add in the triangle, we start to get more of that feel. And then we can add in the noise channel. And now it's pretty close. I think if you had this, you wouldn't argue. But when you toss in this last little bit here, you get some of what makes the Mario 3 sound a little bit deeper than the Mario 1 sound, is those things like the boo-boom that is a PCM sample stored that you wouldn't get any other way. So that's cool. These are the 5 channels that you have on the stock NES. But one of the things that I mentioned earlier is actually that so if we look at like Zelda, right? Zelda's going to have use the same kind of 4 channels. And one thing you'll actually note here is that these signals here are FX signals, and basically what they're saying in Famitracker is do a vibrato. So this is an A sharp followed by a fast vibrato through back and forth through 2 steps up to this point. So when you hear this kind of A sharp noise, if we just go with this channel, you'll hear the A sharp noise, and you can hear this kind of wobble to that first note, and so that wobble is in Famitracker is expressed as this FX, and there's actually a whole bunch of different effects that you can use, and so if we look at the effect list, we've got, arpeggios and slides and vibratos and tremolos and volume slides and skipping to next frame and hardware sweeps and all kinds of things like that, right? So these are all different tools that you can use in Famitracker to kind of control, and these would have all been things that were done in different ways with the actual hardware. I don't know a lot about that side of things, but that's how they're represented here. So we've got, again, this single pulse channel. And I think this is one where I think it really, this kind of opening theme, again, that first pulse channel would give you those opening notes in a way that you would recognize and have no problem with. And if you were to play this as a beginner on the piano, just looking to play the Zelda theme for the first time, that set of notes would be the, plunking out on the piano, the, notes would be how you might do that. Hello. But then we can add in this second channel, and you get the additional notes in there. And then we can add in the bass channel. Oh, sorry. There you go. Now, I actually want to go back here for a second. I think, so which channel, this is something I keep finding it myself doing, right? I come to one of these things and I'm like, so how did they just produce that sound? So I want to know what that, yeah, so that was these notes right here. So that's just like going up. What is this G? I'm going to quickly pull up. So the G effect is a note delay. So basically it's delaying right off of the beat. So these are basically 16th notes all the way along. And by having this G in here, you're delaying it a little bit. You're putting a gap in there. And so, yeah, so we've got that. And so again, we can go back to listening to this whole thing, and you've got that bass, you've got the nice, kind of sweep up. You've got the same noise level. You see all the way along here, all of these frames use the same noise channel. And then at the very end, we actually see that we, have all these different bits that are a little bit different, a little bit variety. And when we get to the end here, at the end of that soundtrack, before it loops around again, it actually goes back to something that you heard 7 frames ago. And so yeah, so that's it. But the other thing I wanted to mention is, like I said, the Famicom actually had a better sound system. In particular, this FDS sound device here is a way that you can describe waveforms. And so these waveforms are basically anywhere along here, you can control which, of these things, instead of it being a kind of standard 8 note octave or other things like that, you can spread around the space. Hello, Vlogging with Brandy. And so you can hear that this is like not a normal, thing, but is not following a sine wave or a triangle wave or a sawtooth wave, but is instead got this kind of weird shape that kind of describes it. And so those were storable on the FDS, the Famicom disk system, and could be loaded that way. And so here we hear what the Zelda game would have sounded like if you were playing it on FDS, I think. And if we take out this FDS sound, you can actually hear a lot of what that is adding for us. So we'll actually go right back to the beginning and just listen to it without that last sound. Well, we'll try and go right back to the beginning. Oh, right. And so it's clear that they took a very different approach with the sound, even in the primary channels. But this FDS channel really does add that something extra, the bell tolling sounds and other things like that as part of this. So that it's that counterpoint, kind of answering each of the primary noises is in there. Hey, Jack Mulligan. And that kind of warbly sound is something that you're not able to get with the other types of sounds that you got. So then I think GGC was actually talking about Castlevania. So just give me 1 second. So this is the Castlevania theme as it is played in North America, I assume. And if we listen to Castlevania Japan OST, so we'll see if we can find the level 1. There we go. And hold on one second. Castlevania intro. Oh, here we go. So you can hear the whole bunch of other tracks that are kind of in here, and the reason that they could do that is because this was actually using additional hardware. And so I don't have this particular track in Famitracker, but I can pull up a example. Just one second. Of some demo music that uses the VRC6, and we can look at it kind of with and without. And so these are mixes that are included with Famitracker you can check out. And what you'll see here is there's these other channels, these additional pulse and sawtooth channels. Did I play 2 different songs? Okay, I'm sorry. Here, we'll do this again. Take Care, Van Helsing. So it was this one. Okay. So yeah, compare that to this. And you can hear that there's just so much left. Oh yeah, it's actually right, even linked right here. And so this is a very different, feel for the soundtrack compared to the other one. And so yeah, so these are 2 very different sounds. And a lot of that ends up coming from, so the number of additional voices here is actually pretty small. You've got the 2 pulse, the triangle, the noise, the DPCM like you already have, and the VRC6 added 2 additional pulse channels and a sawtooth channel. And the sawtooth channel makes noises like this, maybe. Why can I not make it make noise? So the sawtooth channel you can actually see in the... Oh, sorry, you can't see anything. Okay, so I apologize, I did it wrong again. So yeah, you can see here that we've got the 2 pulse, the triangle, the noise, the PCM, like we expect from the NES, and then the VRC6 adds these 2 pulse channels and a sawtooth. And if we edit one of these instruments, what we'll actually see is that they have this additional feature of pulse width. So we'll look at like a crescendo, and so this is here, but the pulse width is another feature that they have that allows you to kind of change the features of these instruments. And so yeah, so Dracula's Curse was the name of Castlevania 3. I think, I don't know, something like that. So we're gonna play this song, and this is gonna be a VRC6 song. We'll turn off the additional channels first. And just play it like this, and then we'll add them in a second. So this is just something that an NES could have done. And then we can add in these other 3 channels. So you can see with the VRC6, even on this kind of antique hardware that was available in the Famicom and in Japan, you're able to create these super impressive sounds. But on the NES version, you didn't have support for expansion chips, and so that was more of a problem. So now that we've kind of got an idea of yeah, I don't have anything handy, so I'm just going through these. So now that we've got an idea of how this music is created, we're gonna take some time right now, and I'm gonna show you how I can, sit down here, and using Famitracker, I can just, compose some music. So we're gonna do, so one of the tunes that I always try and play whenever I sit down in front of a piano or something else like that, is the Final Fantasy victory theme, which is, a thing. And so we're gonna try and do that right here, and generate the chiptune version of the FF8 victory theme right now. So we'll go into edit mode. That is correct. I am a giant nerd. All right, so we're gonna go into edit mode, and we're going to type out some. Well, first we'll add an instrument. So we'll edit this instrument, and we'll just make it kind of this decreasing crescendo of sound. So 15, 15, 13. This is basically describing the shape the waveform will take. And so I'm imagining this as a fall off of a piano or something like that. Important to have a 0 at the end, because otherwise the sound will just keep making noise forever. So this actually has it stop. So we'll do that. And we've got that saved. So now if we press this key, you can see that it kind of goes through that range. So, if you press a piano key, it kind of fades out after you press it. And so that's the same thing we're going to do here. Hello, Kyle Davis. So we're going to do, like I said, the victory theme, which is, so these are each 16th notes. We're going to do 3 8th notes that are a D. And then a quarter note, which is a D. 2, 3, 4. Now that we've got that quarter note in there, we're going to toss in an A sharp, which is, there we go. And that's another quarter note, so we'll leave a gap of 3. Toss in our C here. And I believe that's an 8th note, and so we'll toss in another D, C, D. So if we play this, all right, so that last C was clearly not correct. It was too close. So we'll take this, cut it out, put it down 2 more steps, and there we go. All right, so that seems to me like that's a pretty nice little representation of the Final Fantasy fanfare victory sound. It's not perfect by any means, but it's close enough for government work. You kind of get the sense of what it is. But we also want to kind of add in more than just those instruments. So we'll add in our bass line here. So we'll add that here. And now we'll kind of just match these last notes as well, but an octave lower. So C, and then D, D, D. So if we play this, we're gonna get something that sounds a little bit like what we had before, and flip into a different but with a bass line. And now I'm going to think of this and I'm like, I don't really dig the kind of very tinny noise. So we're going to turn on this duty noise cycle control in our instrument, which is going to change how our pitch sounds, right? Compare that to this. So I don't really like that kind of sharp noise. So we'll do this and play this. And now we'll try this again. And that is totally fine for me. I think that is a perfectly reasonable tone. I can take this right now. I can create a WAV file and say, go ahead and call this FF8, demo, and put this in my, documents folder. All right. So now what we're going to do is we've created this file. And in addition to just, creating it, we want to use it for something, right? So what do we want to use it for? Well, what do I use this for right now? I use this for live stream alerts, right? So if I go here, I'm going to take my fan funding alert. I'm going to upload a new file, choose this from my documents, which is going to be FF8 demo. And this is a sound, submit that, upload that file right now. And now I can take this, and add FF8 demo as my alert. Test this, and we should get an alert here in just a second. Oh, you can't see the alerts. We'll pull this back up.
Test donation from Levestream Alerts.
Levestream Alerts, the best alerting system out there. So we'll pull this up again just so you can see it.
Test donation from Lefestream Alerts.
Okay, so that WAV file clearly has a little bit of sound at the end of it that I wouldn't want to keep for forever, but you know, it makes do. And I can of course also use this for my Extra Life donations and other things like that. So if anyone wanted to click the link, ooh, I'm sorry, hold on. Let me swap back to the browser here. So if anyone wanted to donate to you know, my live stream or my my Extra Life account or to I'm Raising, they would all use the same you know, sound. So there you go. Okay. So there we go. We have successfully tracked a quick chiptune here in Famitracker. So we can save our track here, FF8 demo. And I can also share some of the other things that I've done. So you can look at London Bridge. I even added that little noise there at the end. As I was showing you earlier, you can just, you know, kind of add noises. And then, of course, you could do Happy Birthday. By the way, hello, Mr. James Baker. So some of you might be saying like, well, that's weird. This one makes a really weird noise with each of the notes. And so this is actually an arpeggio. What's actually going on here is instead of each of these being one note, what you're seeing is it actually scrolls through up to 8 notes after that. And I could just make this do like 2. Which gives you a little bit more flavor. And this is actually a way that sometimes chords were represented, is that you would have, you know, if you had a note that you wanted to kind of add 2 notes to it to kind of play them both as if they were happening at the same time, you could do that. In this case, I could just do nothing or turn this off entirely, and it's going to sound like a normal note. And so now we're back to Happy Birthday sounding more normal. So this is very much like a Happy Birthday song you might hear a kid play on their little Yamaha synthesizer or something else like that. And there's no coincidence in that. Most of the chips used in these early things were just synthesizer chips. Yamaha and Ricoh were makers of synthesizer chips. The Sound Blaster was actually, you know, a 9-voice channel that could do all these different things, that was very much the same as a traditional, you know, Yamaha synthesizer. And so, you know, I'll flip back here real quick to, you know, a demo of this is how the Commodore 64 did sound. So the Commodore 64 only had 3 voices, but as you'll see, you could do a little bit more with them. So this is a pretty normal demo of like a run-of-the-mill game. You got a triangle on the bottom, a noise in the middle, and then at the top you're going to have a square wave. And this is again from that 8-Bit Guy video.
But not long after, some clever programmers realized that it was possible to dynamically reassign the voices to other waveforms on the fly. This gave the illusion of having more than 3 voices. Take this example from Commando.
And so what you can actually see here, or can't see necessarily, is there's a lot of variations here where they're changing voices as they change notes.
In order to better understand what's going on here, try listening to one voice at a time.
So you can see there that they were using the PCM square wave as well as switching to like noise waves and other things like that. And the same thing there. So you got the PCM wave with the mixed noise in there, and you get these kind of very complex overlapping sound effects. And the Sound Blaster was effectively the same thing. You know, when you switched to the Sound Blaster, you had, you know, other things like that you had 9 channels, 9 voices, and the ability to change them dynamically. And of course, you don't have to just have simple notes. As I was showing you earlier, you have these effects. So this is a relatively simple thing. There's basically only 2 notes in this piece, plus a bunch of noise at the end. But through the use of these effects in Famitracker, I'm able to do something kind of cool. So basically, this is a C with a 4 or a relatively slow high variance vibrato. So it's basically scrolling all the way through this range of notes from, you know, C all the way up and back down. I can also slow this down, and it's going to sound a little bit different. And then this is just a, and so, or we could speed it up and it would sound different in a different direction. And then the last thing you can see here is that this noise, every one of these channels will continue making whatever noise you assign to it last until you are tell it to stop. And so this is like a blank note, and I'm telling it to stop its vibrato, and this is a blank note to say like a stop note. And the same thing is true here with our noise channels. So yeah, so that's what I've got. So we've got, you know, all kinds of things that you can listen to. You could look at the difference between, you know, for example, the Starman theme on Super Mario 1 will... Why did that get sped up so much? Not sure if that was me. See if we can... There we go. So you've got that, and then if you open the SMB3 version of the same track, and I don't know if these are pulled directly from the things or if this is like someone recreating them afterwards, but in any case, they're pretty accurate to the originals. Invincible, it's called, I think. There we go. You can see that there's actually this DPCM channel that adds a little bit to it. But the DPCM channel doesn't actually change the sound in the way that, you know, for the most part. Like, this DPCM channel does actually add something to it. You can hear what it adds, actually. But that's not actually why it changes. What's different primarily between these two is that the Super Mario 3 one uses a different duty cycle for the PCM waves. So if we go to the Starman here, this number 18, you see that we're using instrument 4. So if we edit instrument 4, we can see that the duty noise cycle here was set to 2, which has a certain type of sound. And if we go to the invincibility level, or invincibility track from Super Mario Bros. 3, we can see it's using instrument 6. If we look at instrument 6, we can see that this is using a duty cycle of 0 and then 1. So if we play this track, and we'll leave the DPCM out just to remove that confusion. So we listen to this. If we edit this instrument, and we take this and make it 2 instead, now it sounds much more like Super Mario Bros. 1. We go back to this, and we can kind of change a lot of the sound by changing these duty cycles. And so you can kind of mix all this in and see that there's a lot of different variation you could get out of these synthesizers. So if you look at the, or just turn it off entirely, and so if you look at these synthesizers, the ones that have like the harpsichord button and the everything else like that, the primary things that they're doing is changing properties like this of the instrument tracks on their things. So they compose these instruments that are, you know, able to sound like a harpsichord, and the way they do that is by changing various pretty minor oh, you couldn't tell the difference? Oh. So, hold on, we'll set it again. So this has the more kind of boop, 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 like the boopy sound to me. But yeah, so yes, the music system of the SNES is probably not actually that different. I didn't look into it specifically, but I wouldn't be surprised. So yeah, before we go, we'll pull up one more demo song that comes with that comes with Famitracker. These tracks are clearly like labors of love by some pretty cool people. So we'll pull up one that you could do on the NES. So this is going to be something that if you wanted to make this happen on the NES, you could, just listening to the default bits here. So this is a soundtrack that with sufficient work now. Admittedly, some of these things are pretty big and wouldn't have fit easily on an NES cartridge. Oh yeah, well, so that's one more thing I didn't actually talk about, right? So if we add a new instrument and we edit it, and we're going to pull in a DPCM sample, and we're going to import. Let's set. I wonder if I can import this. Yeah. So this is a song that, you know, I actually used in my live stream alerts demo, and I can import this wave. And I can only pull in a little bit of it, but you can hear that. And so now I can add this key, add this to the C key, and now I can do that, and if I wanted to, you know, I can actually, I'll just make a new track. Nope. I want to make a new instrument. I want to edit it. I want to go to DPCM. I want to import a wave. I'm going to pull in this, preview it. Yep. So that pulls in three kilobytes of my space that I can use. I can bump this over here to a C, and now I can, you know, add a key here. And add my C here. So if I play through this, you'll hear. I'm gonna put a note stop here. So yeah, I'm able to do kind of thing. So there's 4 tracks, 4 voices. Yeah. So there's only 4 voices in the NES. There's 2 pulse waves, a triangle wave, a noise, which just sounds like this. And yeah, so these are all things that you could do. People had to redo the physical chip and software so the sounds were hard coded. Yep. Yeah, so a lot of these things are basically just flipping registers of a sound chip, right? So you flip the right number, you send the right number of binary pieces to a Rico 2A03 chip, and this is what you get. So anyway, Mighty, you missed it, so I will play back the thing that I composed right here on the spot for us is now my donation sound alert, and it sounds like this. Which is not exactly the most true to form FF8 fanfare ever, but it's not bad, and so I'm gonna run with it. Anyway, so I hope this has given you a little bit of insight into the world of NES music. Since I've been playing with this all weekend, I was really excited. There's a bunch of tutorials out there on YouTube. Check out the 8-Bit Guy video, which I will link right now and add to the description below after the stream. You know, if you have not seen it, the 8-Bit Guy video is super cool on a whole bunch of things, and these kind of multiple voice bits was basically how a lot of music in the early days worked. Everything up through your ad-lib and Sound Blaster was a lot of the same thing. The ability to do more samples, to do more things, but overall, you know, these multiple voice, you know, digital channels is just how sound worked. And I have no idea how modern sound works. That's totally beyond me. You know, we could talk MP3s and compression some other day. But in the meantime, this was your learning exercise for the day. I am the Chris who plays games, and this is the CPG show. And I hope you all have a lovely, you know, enjoy the rest of the night. Now I'm gonna go back to playing games. That was just so I can turn this into a VOD easy later. My plan will be to chop that bit out and turn it into a VOD for all of you. So if you were interested in that and want to share it with a friend, you will be able to. We're going to be playing some Power Blade 2 now, and I'm going to be opening up a beer So tonight we are drinking the Spencer, hold on, I'll flip back to this. The Spencer Pfeifenharder Brew. $12.95 with this beer. Oh, she bought a 6-pack. Okay. Beer time. Yeah, no, I didn't have beer earlier. Like I said, I'm on Tuesdays, on Mondays. My last Tuesday was a little bit rough, so I was playing it easy. So, but yeah, so we beat Power Blade 1. We're working on Power Blade 2 now, which I do not expect to beat tonight because it's just harder. And I don't really like it as much. I was, you know, they tried to copy Mega Man again, so you can see they added the slide here. And so now that we've gone through this, if you are like me, as you're playing this game, you're thinking, oh, okay, so the boomerang is the noise channel. And I can hear that boo, 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 which is probably that triangle bassy channel, and the 2 PCM channels at the top that are offering that melody for me. By the way, is the sound volume okay on the game? I don't know. Also, is anybody still watching, or did I scare everybody away with my little history lesson? Thank you for being here to the nines and all in one mighty. I appreciate you stopping by / coming in. And just 1 second, I'm going to pull my notes back up here again. As I said earlier, I am going to be 29 watching now. Is that right? Is this page lying to me? I feel like this page is lying to me. Final Hope, Proto Sam, good to see all of you. Okay, well, there's enough people that I can keep talking. Okay, cool. Well, that's great. I did not expect to see that many people because it got really quiet. I mean, I realized that I was just talking to myself for a while there, but oh well, Stingray, you just missed my whole Famitracker bit. So, well, you would have a better understanding than I would by far, Leif. So I'll take your word for it. So yeah, we got the Pac-Man-y style, you know, vibrato demo in there. We got the /UFO, I think is what I called it. But you can imagine how some of those towns were working for one of those. There you go. Oh god, that was dumb of me. All right, so this game is gonna be harder. It's gonna suck more. So this was Nintendo Power issue 41. It got very low ratings. So compared to Power Blade 1, which got like relatively high ratings from critics at the time, you know, in the 8 to 9 range on a 10-point scale. This game only got a 5 on it. As I said, it is clearly that it was trying to take from the Mega Man successes, with Mega Man 3's slide being, you know, incorporated here. There's also different suits that you can pick up that give you the ability to do things like breathe water and walk up walls and other things like that. So that's what my energy, I think, is for, although I'm not entirely certain. But yeah, I haven't actually gotten that far. This game I did less practicing on. My goal was to finish Power Blade 1 around 11, and then to do some composing and sharing with Famitracker and everything else like that, which we successfully did at about midnight. I will take a break from the game, however far we've made it. What? I was sliding! I couldn't slide. Okay, fuck it. I'm not getting whatever that box is. I'm gonna go the other way, so screw you. Hey, Eeriest Owl, how's it going? Long time no see. I feel like either that or I'm just really forgetful and unobservant. But welcome to the stream. Good to have you here with us tonight. We're playing some Power Blade 2. Yeah. By the way, if you are doing Extra Life this year, or even if you're just going to be streaming on November 5th and don't plan to do Extra Life, and would be willing to direct people who want to throw money at you to do so to Extra Life instead, feel free to hit me up. I am going to be putting together a schedule and page of when people are streaming. I will be streaming 24 hours on that day because I found it to be a really fun and enjoyable experience myself. but of course you don't have to stream for 24 hours for Extra Life. In fact, I'm not even sure I'd recommend it, although it certainly is an interesting experience. I'm not going to say it's necessarily a good experience, but I'm trying to put together a team with folks who would be interested in doing that so that we can kind of group together and offer some you know, cross support to each other as we stream. So getting paid is hard. I do know it's hard. I work pretty hard at it pretty much every day. Is this going to be mini bices? Extra Life is a so Extra Life is an organization that acts as a charitable donation arm for the Children's Miracle Network of Hospitals. In particular, the Extra Life Day of Streaming is a day where many streamers stream for 24 hours for charity. The idea is that you stream for charity, and by doing so, you know, you stream for up to 24 hours and ask people to donate to you and everything else like that. The event typically starts on at 5 or at 8 a.m. on the 5th of November, and so I will be going from 8 a.m. on the 5th to 8 a.m. on the 6th. That is my plan. So if you are going to be streaming late that night or doing anything else like that, you're welcome to join in. That's awesome, GGC. I look forward to having you at my side. Well, so you don't have to, of course, do 24 hours. You can just do, if you're doing like 1 hour or 2 hours and willing to kind of say like, hey, here's a link to my donation page, you know, go over here and check it out and support me if you can. That would be awesome. Even if nobody donates, you know, by having a large, ooh, that just one-shots me? That's great. Okay, I think I figured out what the problem is. I have not been spinning my hat enough. So yeah. So yeah, you don't have to do 24 hours, and I would not expect you to. But if you can do an hour, it can be helpful because, you know, that way you can raise awareness of your friends, and even if all that does is draw attention to some of the other folks who are streaming in the same time frame, that could be helpful for those folks. So So last year I was able to raise $200 in donations directly from folks, and I was then able to, I donated from my own money $200 to match it, and of course Google donates to match that. No, I mean, you'd need some way, like you can pay through PayPal, but you don't need to pay anything in order to participate. You just sign up and list yourself as a place. And I mean, realistically, if all you want to do is link to my channel page, my like profile page, there's a link in the description below. There's no commitment, there's no anything, like you can make your own page if you care. But if you just want to, you know, get people to donate, you can go ahead and just like link to my profile page and say like, hey, please donate here. I will happily take your money. And so if you want to just stream and make that your goal for that day, feel free, and you know, throw that link in there. But if you want to, you know, work on building up a community of your own that can, you know, donate, participate, anything else like that, and feel rewarded, you can use, you know, you can check out Extra Life. You can also use livestreamalerts.com, which has support for Extra Life donation alerts now. So, you know, once you set up your profile, you can link in Livestream Alerts and, you know, get alerts for donations that way. Well, so the Eeriest Owl, it's not about you donating, it's about getting all of your watchers to do so. So, AWOL, if you can just game with the honor system, that's fine. Like, if you wanted to game on the honor system and tell people like, hey, I'm gaming for Extra Life, like please do whatever. And the reality is Extra Life has no rules, right? It is a social construct designed to encourage people to behave in a certain way. But there is no reason why you have to follow any set of rules. Like their goal is just to take people's money. So whatever way you think will work best to get people's money to, you know, hit Extra Life's bank accounts, that's their goal, because all of that money goes to charity and children's hospitals and other things like that. So, so Stingray Gaming, you can change your goal to just be based on one source. So for your NES mini goal, you could change it to be just based on Twitch alerts or wherever you've been getting your alerts. Right now, there's no way to make it work on just two, because I kind of developed it the other way around. So I'll make that a set of checkboxes soon, so you can have your goal and include everything but Extra Life, and then you can include Extra Life as a separate goal. So Super Fox 5 Gaming, this is actually Power Blade 2, which I should update my metadata for. I like it a lot less than Power Blade. Power Blade was a pretty cool game. A little bit short. I mean, it only took me about an hour and a half to beat it, even though I was streaming it, which is a pretty short game for me. And I only used save states like 2 or 3 times. So for me, that's a pretty short game. Even, you know, Mario takes me longer than that. So beyond that, it was fun. It was very much a ripoff of Mega Man 2 and a whole like Contra and a whole bunch of other games. But other than that, it was very enjoyable. Excuse me. So yeah, the short answer is that today, Stingray, it would, but by the time that Extra Life comes around, I expect to have fixed that property of the donation goals in live stream alerts not being sufficiently advanced. No problem, Super Fox 5. I realize that people can't be here every time. You know, I've been trying to mix it up and do a little bit more interesting things anyway, so I'll be pulling out some of the bits of this stream as a VOD after the stream today. So we've got we did some work with Famitracker, an NES-based tracking software, just to kind of show how NES music actually ended up working, and other stuff like that. So. But yeah, so this is the thing that I've also like got. Well, mine was actually the other way around. Is I don't want my fan funding donations to throw off my Extra Life goal. So I'm setting an Extra Life goal of receiving $500 in donations over the 24 hours that I stream. Whether I will be successful or not is anyone's guess. But as a result, I wanted to have a donation goal which was just for Extra Life. And so I did that part first. But I'll go ahead and add the other thing that I want. Well, so Super Fox 5, this is my first experience with it, was this weekend. So we were just going through and taking the there you go. Hello, Eeriest Owl. We were just adding, like, converting my donation alerts on live stream alerts from using from using the song I had before to that, which was a track that I just composed in Famitracker. So now my donation alerts use something that I composed myself. Well, composed is probably the wrong word. Created myself, because obviously I copied someone else's composition, but I made my own little sound recording. So my own little chiptunes FF8 victory theme. But I was also demonstrating some of the awesome things that people can do with Famitracker and walking through, you know, a breakdown of some of the Super Mario Brothers music and other things like that. So yeah. I mean, so my alerts for, I mean, original is not really fair, right? I'm in this case still copying the Final Fantasy VIII victory fanfare. In the same way that my subscription alerts are based on a variety of tones from Legend of Zelda pickup themes, right? So, take care. So that's one instrument, and here comes another one. So you can see that those are the same, you know, kind of the same notes, but from kind of two different instruments, and I put that together in GarageBand a while back. So, good night, AWOL. Thanks for hanging out. Hope you had a good time. Again, Friday will be politics, so take that into account. If you haven't figured out what my politics are by now, then you haven't been paying much attention, but we're going to be talking politics and Super Mario Brothers 3. The alert music changed, so my subscriber alerts, I have 12 different subscriber alerts, and every time someone subscribes, it's a different sound. So live stream alerts, if you add multiple subscriber alerts, that's what it does, is it just adds different alerts for all of them and randomly selects between them. So that is what I do. Can't tell if I'm like dying of running out of air or something like that. Ow. Oh, I can't reach from here and I can't kill it. I'm gonna just have to take the hit. Yeah, so livestreamalerts.com is a website that does alerting from Twitch alerts from, or Streamlabs, I guess is what they're called now. It does alerting from, you know, I'm Raising and StreamJar and StreamTip and all these other things. So I wrote it. It's an open source project that I work on. In fact, Mighty has also contributed to it. Yeah, he helped rewrite a lot of the kind of basic navigation to be more navigable, which is great. As well as adding the ability to unlink accounts, which is something that reassured some people that they could unlink their accounts when they wanted to. So, please applaud me. Jan2, how's it going? Good to see you. I would link to your channel, but we know that I can't do that. I did, however, get someone to look into why today, and they responded that I was correct. So, Jan2, here. I gotta look up how this how I can link to your channel the right way. This amuses me. All right, pause that. Copy this. Does that work? Nope. That brought me right back to where I was. God damn it. Anyway, you should check out Jan2. I can't link to his channel because YouTube blocks his channel as spam. Welcome back, Jack Mulligan. Oh, I can like dive on a diagonal. That's a useful thing. Although I think I still got hit by that guy. Yeah, I'm beautiful. It's beautiful. You're beautiful. You're beautiful. You're beautiful. It's true. I mean, we all know that Jan2, that you picked your channel URL just to try and like convince people that you were looking for sub. Like we all know. Like don't even try and pretend. But yeah, so Jan2 reached out and let me know that he couldn't link his channel, and the reason is because it contains the letters S for S, and YouTube doesn't allow you to type the letters S for S. Unfortunately, I can't, oh, what is the You're Beautiful song? You don't know that song? Isn't it James Blunt? Yeah. This guy. You're beautiful. You're beautiful. You're beautiful. It's true. All right, there we go. That was more than that I should have. So, this game sucks. I don't like this one. Super Fox 5 Gaming. This is the song I was singing earlier. Ow! Get away! I don't know why I just took like 4 hits for that, but... Alright, let's fill up with some energy. I don't know what I'm gonna do with it, but... Anyway, yeah, so on the CPG Variety Hour, we have all kinds of things. We have James Blunt songs, and we have Castlevania comparisons of NES versus whatever it's called. Is he turning into Vine? This is turning into Vine Sauce. I don't know what Vine Sauce is. Is that a guy? The Brental Floss channel. Is that different than the Mental Floss channel? Do we cheese? I don't cheese. I mean, I cheese when Mrs. CPG brings me cheese. CPG is now CPM. I mean, this is the CPG Variety Hour, man. Oh, this is Power Blade 2, actually. So this is, we played Power Blade earlier and I liked it better. It was easier. This game just feels like, you know, so I guess I complained about how quick it was to beat Power Blade 1. The problem is that the way that I wanted to see that fixed was not just by making the game atrociously hard, but by creating some more content, so... Oh, I'd rather have the chilliness. I mean, over, like, with what we have now, I'd much rather have the chilliness. When it gets to be, like, you know, 30 degrees or, you know, 15 degrees, I'm gonna feel differently. But for now, I'm down with it, so. In 5 minutes, I'm going to be doing my, my 2-minute monologue. It probably won't be 2 minutes or much of a monologue, but, you know. Jack Mulligan, my expectation is you get a yellow screen that says there is no such ID, or something else like that. YTGvoting.com is among the least, least complete sites that I have on the internet, so, like, there's just many of these things that I just can't get past, so, so yeah, actually, I guess I did actually have a voting question I added, and I don't even actually remember what it is. Oh, actually, I do. So this is something that I'd love to know. Do you wish that you got more notification when I was going live? Do you feel like you get enough notice via my Twitter, Discord, and YouTube notifications that you can know when I'm live and get here if you want to get here? You can vote right now at ytgvoting.com. Do you have enough notification via the sources I'm using now? And if you vote no, you should let me know, you know, what means you would like to see added. You know, I've been streaming at the same time for the past year now, almost. So, you know, at least I've got that going for me. I actually did a check, and of the last year of Mondays, I have only missed being at my stream within 10 minutes of when it was supposed to start on one day. So I'm pretty consistent with showing up on time and under budget, so, you know, I hope that at least is helpful for people. What the fuck? And so, yeah. But yeah, so again, vote at ytgvoting.com. You know, you can let me know if you feel like you need more notification when I go live. What method would you like to have? Sucks. I don't think it's particularly rare, but it did not get a lot of popularity, so it might be hard to find. But I'm not a big cartridge buyer, as you can tell from the fact that I stream everything from an emulator, so, excuse me. Yabba dabba dipply doo. Alright, so how's that vote going? We got 5 votes, and 80% of you say there's no need for more notification than what you already get, which is awesome. I'm glad you feel like the notification systems you have in place are helping solve the problems that you have. One of you, and I think it's Jack, already voted that he would like more notification, but he has not told me what he would like, so that's going to be a little bit hard for me. Hey, Match Stars, how's it going? Match Stars, here's a question for you. As a relatively new member of the stream, do you feel like you get enough notification of my going live? You can vote now at ytgvoting.com and answer whether you feel like you know enough, or if you feel like you just don't know. I do my best to always miss the beginning. Well, there you go. Yeah, so I am discord.me/cpg. I do my best to always miss the middle. Jose, you usually, I don't know. Okay, so we're gonna take a step back from this game because I am clearly making no progress. And we're gonna go full screen CPG. And I'm gonna share some thoughts with you. So earlier today, someone asked on the YouTube gaming subreddit. They said, well, actually, they probably asked like earlier this weekend, but I don't read Reddit on the weekends anymore because it's too much like a job. And he said, do you think YouTube gaming will ever reach the same amount of exposure as Twitch? I always want to switch over to Twitch because there's so many more people there. And so, I said, I tried to answer that question. I said, like, to be totally explicit, I work for YouTube, not on YouTube Gaming, and these opinions are my own personal opinions, everything else like that. I wear the spinny hat, but really I'm just a bald guy underneath. And so this is not like with some internal knowledge, but this is my evaluation of things. So on an individual basis, which platform you're more successful on is going to vary entirely dependent on you. Some people are better for Twitch, for Beam, for Arubu, or whatever else like that. You look at Hitbox and they're all Europeans, and maybe there's a community for you someplace else. You might like the microtransaction gamey model of Beam, like, so be it, that's great for you. But at a platform level, I think that YouTube live broadcasting has a lot going for it. So YouTube gaming has been growing massively over the past year. A year ago, when YouTube gaming had first launched, the top 10 streams combined might have like 1,000 people watching, unless Game Theorist or something else like that, who wasn't really gaming, live from YouTube gaming, was doing that, was playing. So the first weekend that YouTube gaming launched, I remember watching a stream, specifically Lord Rage was playing Until Dawn. And he had 400 people watching, and it was crazy. It was massive. It seemed so magnificently huge. And now I've personally hit 200 concurrents. I have, despite having a tiny stream, you're all here, you know how big it is. And the top 10 streams on YouTube Gaming at any time will typically all have more than 1,000 viewers, many of them more than 10,000. The number of games with more than 100 people streaming has gone from 2, like Call of Duty and Minecraft, to more than a dozen at any given time. The platform has just grown massively in only a year. YouTube has outpaced several of the long-standing existing streaming platforms for viewership. It's just, comparisons between platforms showed that YouTube is now drawing significant viewership relative to its competitors, at least compared, like, looking at the top 10 streams by viewership. So recently I was looking and I looked kind of several times over the course of a week at different times of day and everything else like that. And, Twitch would have 90K combined top viewers on the top 10 streams, and YouTube Gaming would have 39,000, which is like more like 40%, more than 40%. And it's not like this is a one-off event. This is now somewhat consistent. Look at YouTube Gaming and see the top 10 streams pulling more than 20% of the numbers that Twitch, and obviously the larger than the other competitors like Hitbox, Azubu, and Beam. I don't personally see signs that this is slowing. For example, over the weekend, thanks to a Clash of Clans broadcast, the number was even more competitive. So various games have homes on YouTube that they don't really have on other platforms. So when Call of Duty releases a new DLC, YouTube just explodes with number of people streaming. There's like more than 3,000 people streaming Call of Duty on the day of its, expansion pack release. Now, why is this growth so fast, going from 1% of the competition to 30 to 40% of the competition at times, as measured by the concurrent viewers on the top 10 streams? The answer is very straightforward: the massive overall viewership of YouTube. YouTube says, according to their statistics page, every day people watch hundreds of millions of hours on YouTube and generate billions of views. At the TwitchCon keynote, Twitch said that they have 622,347 average concurrents across all their streams over the past year, which is equal to approximately 15 million watch hours per day, every day. That means that even at its most generous, Twitch is only generating 8% of the watch time that YouTube is every day. If there's hundreds of millions, there's at least 200 million. 200 million divided by 15 million is 7.5%. Or 15 million divided by 200 million is 7.5%. Obviously, YouTube is a heavily VOD-focused platform, but due to the growth of live across the platform via recommendations, suggestions, search, and discovery improvements, etc., YouTube is able to drive many of those VOD viewers into live. No other platform has that installed base of video viewership. A year ago, live was hard to find. Now, thanks to the overall platform changes and the visibility provided by YouTube Gaming, live is a well-known part of the platform. Look at the debates. And frankly, look at some of the large streams that have been able to build out of essentially nothing very quickly, whether it is the jellyfish cam getting hundreds of views or the 200 views or 2,000 viewers that the Jackson Hole cam got. This is something that couldn't have happened a year ago because it's driven by changes in YouTube. If even 10% of YouTube's watch time becomes live watch time, live on YouTube will exceed that on Twitch. Now, why would this happen? New technology will broaden the type of live content you can find on YouTube. YouTube Gaming's mobile broadcast lets anyone broadcast their Pokemon Go gameplay having nothing more than a phone. This isn't something you could do any other way. The YouTube main app mobile live streaming will broaden their streaming out in the world, so it no longer requires a complex set of software like OBS and all these windows I've got set up to stream, and create an environment where everyone can be a streamer, and this increases the viability of YouTube as a live platform as you see more of this content out there. And the other thing is that you can mix in various types of content. On other platforms, you may be limited to the types of content you can create. For example, Twitch's rules of conduct say that all content that is neither gaming related nor permitted under the rules for Twitch creative conduct is prohibited from broadcast. And Twitch creative content is only about, creating new things. So what I did in Famitracker today would work, but this particular rant might not. So this necessarily limits the amount of type of live content, which means you can't do vlogs about your channel or toss in a quick note about your day. This type of content drives engagement and visibility to your audience, pushing the boundaries of what you can do on your channel. The social eating streaming on Twitch required a rules change. On YouTube, you can do that every day, as well as live blogging your life, like I did at Six Flags Great America, broadcasting a street intersection like they did in Jackson Hole, or just broadcasting jellyfish like the Monterey Bay Aquarium. And YouTube's home as the place with all the videos means that people are going to include YouTube in their lives, whether it's highlight reels or edited clips, no matter what. That space means that YouTube has room to grow outside of live, and with that growth, live growth can come. So YouTube will probably never be the only live streaming platform. There's different platforms that offer different benefits, but with an installed viewer base watching greater than 10 times the watch time of other platforms and video, likely led only by traditional TV, YouTube seems very likely to me to be able to continue to grow live as an important part of the platform, and it has unique features that make it a great home for some types of content that can't be happy on any other platform. And for these reasons, I really think that YouTube has room to be very competitive in the overall live video space. So now you know. I think YouTube live video is the place to be, and this is why. If you are interested in this comment in text form, here it is. I will also, as I said, rip that out and make it a VOD as well, because I want to share that message because I like it. Jellyfish are too scary. I was actually amused. The jellyfish cam actually got despite all of the game music and everything else like that during my last stream, is the only thing that got a claim, because apparently they use I don't know if they have a license, but they use copyrighted music in the jellyfish stream. So I thought that was funny. Anyway, hello Snapclick Cat. It is good to see you. Happy to see you here tonight. So yeah. I love those rants. Do I listen to podcasts? I don't listen to any current podcasts. I did listen to Serial. I am currently making my way intermittently through the back catalog of Low Budget FM, Spiffy Mark's podcast. I have never really found a lot that really fit with me, so I don't know. Oh, I think I was going to comment on the fact that you always fall asleep or something, Jose. I didn't really have a big comment. Cheers, clink. By the way, was the fact that I was reading from essentially a script super obvious? I assume it was. I'm not very good at the reading a script and talking at the same time. Hello, the Gamesman! Good to see you here. Happy. Oh, you thought I was doing it from heart? No, I was reading my Reddit post. Which I realize is a bit cheating, but whatever. This is Power Blade 2, yes. Risk my life. Not much risk to walk around. Oh, by the way, The Simpsons did an episode in Boston just this Sunday, so if you want to see some decent Bostonian jokes, check out The Simpsons. Good to see you, the Gamesman. So far tonight, we have beaten Power Blade 1. We have walked through a whole bunch of Famitracker demos. We have gone ahead and changed my donation alert to use the Famitracker sound that I made, so I can pose this during the live stream, which I'm pretty proud of. I know that that's kind of silly, but
Test donation from LeFestream Alerts.
LeFestream Alerts. That good old LeFestream Alerts. So yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. Used Pringles, good to see you. Welcome to the stream. Happy to have you here tonight. Tonight we're now playing some Power Blade 2. We also just, as I said, or as someone else mentioned, we're finishing up the monologue. The monologue is based on a Reddit post of mine linked in the chat just up above. Oh god, I can't get back on there, can I? No, I can't. Hulu. Yeah, it's not on cable, it's on broadcast TV, but it's also on Hulu. Which I don't know if they went all paid yet. Yeah, I love the text-to-speech. I think that I have the only service that will give you text-to-speech alerts for Extra Life, so. Oh, I'm sorry, the Gamesman. We'll have to check. I'll take a look and see if I can help you out, check it out or something. You were using live stream alerts, right? So. What was the worst thing that happened to me at school? I don't know. At one point, I was very emo when I was in school, and so at one point, I felt very, personally affronted by some decisions on, like, this particular assembly. We were all being kept in the cafeteria when I really wanted to go to the gym or something like that, and that would no, Fox is not cable. Fox is one of the broadcast networks: NBC, ABC, CBS, Fox. So one, even if it was in Wingdings, it would not pronounce it in Wingdings. There is no current text-to-speech on sub alerts because I think that I just haven't added it. I mean, it wouldn't be hard to. The problem that I have with it is that, like text-to-speech on donations, it reads out the message that the user types, which is different than, oh yeah, PBS, the public broadcast network. So, since you don't type anything when you subscribe, I wasn't sure what it should include. Yes, PBS is awesome. I have no problem with trolls. I am always happy to put them in their place. Just a fun fact. You can't. Oh yeah, Hulu doesn't exist there. Anyway, you could just download it. I mean, no, sorry. I am not actively encouraging copyright infringement on my stream. No, I wouldn't do that at all. Yeah, you don't need to abandon Wingdings anyway. The question is just like, if you were to get a subscriber notification for, what would you like the text to say? Alright. I got one L. I don't know what the L's do, but... Oh god, get away. I don't like you. No, so I mean, I generally am pretty accepting of new people coming in here and not being, hip to the ways and styles of the CPG channel. Although I have occasionally given people crap for like not paying attention when I say like stop doing that. Overall, I'm pretty open with. Jesus Christ. Yeah, I mean, I assume that, downloading on iTunes doesn't work when it's a new episode. The Boston episode just came out. I don't know, just keep an eye out for it sometime. You know, at some point you might see it somewhere. That's all. I haven't even watched it, so I don't know if it's that special. My wife wanted to watch it with me, but we were short on time, and she was busy playing Civ, and I had to go out. Oh, I am going to buy a car tomorrow. Well, no, I'm going to go try and buy a car tomorrow. I'm going to go someplace, and I'm going to tell the car guy, like, you can sell me this car at this price, which is $500 lower than what you probably want to sell it to me for today. We can make this happen. Or I can go away and I can find someone else who will sell it to me probably for that same price, and you will lose the sale. We are going to be buying a 2017 Volkswagen GTI in metallic night blue. So we're gonna be, yeah. We went out test driving the cars this weekend. My wife drove looked at the Clubman and said, "But it's a station wagon," and I was like, "Well, it's not really that big." So take care, Gen 2. Oh, I'm sorry, Jack. That sucks. Oh God. So the reality is that unfortunately, teachers are in a position where their job is not necessarily to so there's a joke that I think Bill Cosby made, despite his, you know, sexual predator self, he still makes good jokes sometimes, and he said something along the lines of parents don't, and I don't even know if it's Bill Cosby, but parents don't want justice, they want quiet. And unfortunately, teachers are held to that standard even more so than parents oftentimes. You know, their job is not to necessarily get to the bottom or the ultimate truth, but instead to, you know, achieve with a minimum of disruption what's going on. So I'm not buffering. Okay, no. So yeah. Teachers suffer under very similar limitations. They don't always have the ability to find the truth. They don't, even when they do find the truth, always have the ability to enforce the rules in the way that they think is right. And so, yeah. All right, let's toss a save state here. Beat this mini boss. Oh God! It's that dragon again. That dragon cancer. Oh my God. No! Alright, well luckily I was smart. Jose, I know that you have a strong reputation that you care to defend, but the reality is that it is not expected that you're always going to find a bug. It can't be. So while I understand your feelings of inferiority, I do think that you don't have to worry too much that, you know, I've obtained newt suits. Driving a Bambino. Yeah, I'm not driving a Bambino. But yeah, so I'm sorry that happened, Jack. I definitely know that it sucks to be in a position where you feel like, you know, you were doing the right thing. God damn it. Why did I not save? Can you settle for a Chinese hacker? I mean, Chinese hackers seem to be pretty good. I mean, they're no Russian hackers, you know, but... Oh, wait, I'm getting into politics. That's for Friday. Again, Friday will be the politics stream, so if you're interested in hearing more of my opinions and thoughts on politics, that's the stream to be at, so definitely check that out. Other than that, I will continue to try and keep my streams politics-free, so if you are not interested in dealing with my thoughts on the politics on this presidential campaign and other things like that, don't come on Friday, but feel free to come any other time, and I will continue to keep it a largely politics-free stream. Hey, Professor Pie, how's it going? Yeah, so when's the last debate is the 19th, I think? Is that right? All right, I don't know how I'm supposed to hit this guy. Not like that. No, they have been. I've been pretty good. I mean, I have had a couple times where I've Like, yeah. Pi is exactly 3. That was Indiana's position, right? Indiana passed a law. I mean, to be fair, even when his uncle was alive, he had every right to be king. So, you know, you can't blame him for taking the you know, murderous approach there. I mean, I guess you sort of can, but I don't. Oh, hamburger! Get here, hamburger. Oh no! How do I wait? I wanted to go that way. I guess I didn't want to go that way. Okay, now I have any idea what to do. Well, apparently it was not that. This is bad. Didn't let gay lions be kings back then? I'm not sure that like, what? I missed this. God damn it. Who was the gay lion they didn't let be king? They didn't let me female lions be king. Oh, neat! Where are you? You're in college, You're in college now, Proto Sam? You're 21, right? It's Sam's birthday. Everyone say happy birthday, Sam. Hashtag happy birthday, Sam. Take care, Jack. Oh, you're 32. I don't know why I thought 21. Someone else mentioned 21 and I got confused, and that seemed weird to me because I thought you were much older than that, but I didn't actually realize you were my age, so like, happy my age now. You're 2 to the 5th. Oh god, why? This level... Match Stars, he's talking about Lion King. So All-in-One Mighty has an icon that was drawn by someone who was also an animator for Disney, I think. But it looks very much like the adult version of Simba and the Lion King. So the joke is it's all talking about Lion King. God damn it. No one's saying do this. No one's saying be here. No one's saying stop that. No one's saying see here. Free to run around all day. Free to do it all my way. You want to study philosophy, huh? Alright. Fuck my uncle. I'd rather not, personally. Alright, now it's time to get into some serious save state abuse here. We've got 1 hour-ish left in this stream, and we're gonna get further than we've ever gotten before. I'm gonna be a mighty king, so enemies beware. Never seen a king of beasts with quite such little hair. I'm gonna be the main event like no king was before. I'm brushing up on looking down, I'm working on my roar. Free to run around all day. Free to do it all my way. Yes, no, Indiana did actually try and, I mean, Google it, but like Google Indiana Pi law. And see if I'm just totally crazy, because I might be, but I'm pretty sure that they actually did try to pass a law that said that pi was equal to 3. Oh, shut up, Mighty. I did know that, Stingray. That is a reasonable reminder, though. Part of it is I was like trying to avoid getting hit, and I was aggressively doing that. So, P.I. like Professor Pi. Yeah, Mighty is a lion. He wears a human costume so as to not scare people. But he does not wear a mane. He also has a nightlight. I think it is, in fact, like, I think that Mighty has never seen a nightlight before the one that Mrs. CPG sent him. Speaking of which, all in one Mighty, Mrs. CPG is streaming on Wednesday. It'll be relatively early California time, but her link is in the description, or in the info cards. How do I destroy this? Okay. Painstakingly played before a live studio audience. So painstakingly played, linked in the info cards, is my lovely wife, Mrs. CPG. She will be streaming Katamari Damacy on Wednesday. Oh no! Seriously? And not early for you, Snapclick Cat. I mean, a little bit early for you. She's gonna be competing with you. Sorry. But the reality is that every day is competing with somebody, so. Haha, you're dead. I was dead. Goat Rush, Ginger Heat, Argent Riser, how's it going? Welcome to the stream. Rush! I don't get little goats? I want some goats. I mean, Snapclick Cat, you could just not stream on Wednesday. You'd be like, nope, no streaming. We're gonna be all about the Mrs. CPG. We're gonna hang out with her. Goat Rush, Icky with a V! Oh, it's good to see you. I mean, Snapclick Cat has been, I think, dual streaming, dual lurking. Yeah, absolutely, Stingray. Toss it in there. Good to see you. There we go. I get the goats. I like the goats. I like the goats. Mississippi G, Bunty King, how's it going? You missed all of the cool parts of the CPG show tonight. You missed the, explanation of the 2A03 Rico chip used for sound in NES. You missed the demonstration in Famitracker breaking down the soundtracks of various, NES games like Mario 3 and Zelda. You missed the monologue about how YouTube gaming has an ability to grow that isn't matched by any other platform. You missed it all, Roberto Warren, Rooster Puncher. Good to see all of you here. That boomerang, though. That dragon boomerang. I mean, so TV isn't dead, man. I mean, TV's obviously not dead. No, the reality is that, like, TV can't offer the specialized audience and everything else like that for these things, right? So, oh, is it 3.2? There you go. So let's toss in some saving here because this game is terrible. Anyway, we were playing Power Blade 2. Power Blade 2 was the sequel to Power Blade 1, released by Natsume, who also released the Harvest Moon games on various platforms. They also did the Tony Hawk games on Game Boy, which are generally considered to be garbage, but they've also done other platformers like Scat, which is not about poop, but about Special Combat Attack Team or something like that, about a Special Forces game, yeah. Well, so the thing is that TV is where all the viewership is, right? So like the debate on YouTube had 1.2 million people watching it, and on TV had 82 million people watching it. So it is not even a little bit comparable to like act like, online has taken over the space yet. If you look at, broadcast TV, it is still likely the case that people watch approximately 11 billion hours of TV a day. And since YouTube claims, hundreds of millions of hours, I'm assuming that they're not anywhere near, tens of billions, because that would be a kind of silly thing to say if what you actually meant was a number 100 times higher. Excuse me. So, oh god, I hate coins and stuff. I'm so, like, Beam has that whole, like, gain experience for being in chat bullshit, and I'm like, oh my god, like, I just want to be able to sit here and, like, watch a goddamn stream without having to turn it into an optimization game. Like, I don't want to leave my tab open over lunch so that, like, I can gain points. I want to leave my tab open over lunch so that someone can get paid for my YouTube Red money, god damn it. So yeah. Yeah, it's certainly more difficult. I think rights restrictions are. So one of the things that I really wish that Netflix would do is get like very open rights restrictions on their Netflix originals content to show how much of the bullshit around Netflix's like country restrictions and other things like that is really just like shitty content providers, and how a smart content provider who's based on online could do better. I mean, other people feel differently. I get it. Don't let me, sorry, I'm being a dick. Don't let me knock the fact that some people love this game stuff, right? Like, I play with BarbBot every time I go on Barb's stream. In fact, I don't really pay attention to Barb's stream. I just play BarbBot. And so, like, I totally dig the minigames thing. I don't like the feeling the need to gain points. And I realize that this is a very much a thing that is, you know, like, okay, BarbBot has points. Do I feel the need to go to every one of Barb's streams to get the most trivia points? I don't. No, of course I don't. And so, like, I realize that I'm being a little bit, like, both hypocritical and a dick, and I'm sorry about that. If you are finding something that works well for you, like, more power to you. Do not let the fact that I'm a dick get in the way of that. Okay, I want your stupid balls to go away. Die, balls, die. There we go. Oh, well, that did not work. I probably should have tossed the save state right before the boss. Oh, well. Yeah, I was, but I think it resets now because I don't know. But I also didn't feel the need to do that. Yeah, Matus being the highest makes sense. See, you know, as much as I complain that the old levels were maze-like, I kind of liked the multiple paths, which I feel like this doesn't have. Oh man, I didn't grab that burger. I should have grabbed that burger. But yeah, so I find it frustrating. Okay, I cannot jump up on those platforms, so I've just gotta be better. And I probably don't want to get myself trapped in a corner, so. Alright, so here's my goal for this goddamn stream. I'm going to make it through one fucking level of Power Blade. Giveaways are cool. I don't know. For giveaways, so this is also like where, right, I'm for giveaways, what I do is I set up my chat client, and then I use a grep sort unique to pull out people who say a particular word in the chat. And once I do that, I do giveaways. It's also worth noting Nightbot does giveaways too. You can set up, like, you know, people who have said this word, do a random pull from that. So oh, you're thinking points. I get it. You want to use points to give it away to the most active viewers. Yeah, the only thing is to be careful with, of course, is, you know, what's the word? False incentives. Perverse incentives. You know, perverse incentives of, you know, oh, I want you to be here, but in order to get points, you have to say something in chat or whatever, can have the property of, oh, well, then I'm just going to say things randomly if people know that that's what's going to happen. BarbBot is #1. Mr. 32 Seaman, it's not that weird. I mean, it's a pretty typical, like, action platformer. And I'm going to be playing some more games like this. So for those of you who are just coming in, Friday is going to be my politics stream. I have managed to keep most of my streams light, although not free of politics. Although, as I said, if you have not figured out my political views by now, the fact that I live in a region commonly referred to as the People's Republic of Cambridge should give you a clue. And so Friday will be my politics stream. So everything that I have been holding out and holding onto and trying to keep my mouth shut and not get in too deep into will be coming out on Friday. And so yeah. Yes, Bunty King has been doing Retro Thursdays. You did Link to the Past, right? That's the one I saw so far. I watched a little bit of the VOD. Link to the Zelda's more Mrs. CPG's jam, so. I mean, Bunty King lives in Canada. If he can't deal with the cold, like, he's in the wrong place. Oh god. Is the Republic left or right? CJ, I am using an emulator, as you can tell from my massive abuse of save states. I own several consoles, none of which work well, and I have stuck to streaming emulation because I feel like my job as a streamer is to entertain rather than to maintain a perfect illusion or perfect environment for replicating the things that people used to have. So, first is Wind Waker. I loved Twilight Princess, but I also didn't actually play many of the Zeldas. I didn't have an SNES. I didn't have an N64. I didn't even have a copy of the original NES Zelda. So like, I have very little experience. All right, let's just toss this in here. I wish I had a floor made of drills. I mean, that could probably be arranged. I love one of these pictures. It's like, you know, vinyl flooring, and it shows a bunch of records. Anyway, yeah, what do we got here? What do we got? Okay, for those of you who have not voted yet, I do have a vote up at ytgvoting.com, http://ytgvoting.com. If you want to have your vote counted, you can check these little boxes right here and answer, do you wish that you got more notification when I was going live? So this is a question that only you can answer, and you know, find out if you wish that you got more. If you do wish that you got more, you know, I do announce on Twitter 15 minutes before I go live, Twitter and my Discord 15 minutes before I go live. So hop in there and subscribe to the announcements channel. I am the only person who can everyone in there. If you are more of a Twitter folk, subscribe to me. I am CR Schmidt, and of course that is linked in the description, the channel about info as well. Okay, I can duck that shot. That is an important factoid. God damn it. Yeah, I mean, I don't care at all is totally fine, right? So that's the whole point of me keeping a schedule every 9:15 every Monday and Friday. I can't duck that. 9:15 p.m. Eastern Time every Monday playing retro, and 9:15 p.m. Eastern Time every Friday playing whatever I feel like, which is mostly retro, because like I'm old and decrepit and can't change things. Although I do play some other indie games as well. So you know, if you are interested in that, make sure that you are aware of that time schedule, whether it's because you subscribe or because you just know what time it is. But yeah, so I am interested in seeing votes. Would you like to hear more? Would you like to know more? What channel would you like to see this in? Do you want me to make a Facebook bot that automatically messages you, you know, things like that? He's not the final boss. This is the final boss of like one level. This game is so much harder. Like they realized that Power Blade 1 was too short, and they fixed it by not increasing the length of the game in any way, but instead just making everything 10 times harder. There we go. Well, so Reddit, I don't have a subreddit for myself. Let's torch this place and get away. You know what? That's a good plan. Get some more hat spins in here, drink some more beer. But yeah, so I use a lot of save state abuse when I stream, just because I like me beating the same beginning part of the level over and over gets boring at some point. I'm pretty sure. I feel pretty convinced of that. Cheers, Clink. He does look like Duke Nukem. He actually, the box art was on the first game. First Power Blade was close enough to Arnold Schwarzenegger in the Terminator that a certain movie star's lawyer sent him a very unpleasant letter regarding the painting used for the cover. He was able to prove that he had used a photograph of himself for reference and received no further unpleasant letters. But yeah, let's see. What else do we have? Oh yeah, so one of the interesting things about Natsume, which is the developers of this game, is they have a kind of weird history. So one of the games that they actually made is a game called Metropolis Mania. Metropolis Mania, and Metropolis Mania is, I guess it's a Sim City-like game. But I was very interested because one of the things you have to do is kind of interact with these various characters that you meet. And the list of character names that you're expected to recognize that are actually included in the game are funny. So like one of the people that you want to recognize is the mellow girl who can forecast the weather, and another one is the nerd who loves computers and video games. And of course you can't forget the workaholic middle-aged grouchy man. And so if like we pull up, I've got this list here somewhere. Maybe I don't. Okay, here, I'll fix that. And so yeah, if we pull up this list, I was just amused by this list of names here. Can I make? Why are you not getting bigger? Bigger. Big and eyes. Oh, because I'm in the wrong place. There we go. So yeah, you got the ambitious, trendy guy. Take care, Stingray. Good luck. Mom who likes gossiping in park. Guy who likes to give you advice. I know a few of those. And other things like that. So. Yeah, so this is Metropolis Mania, a PlayStation 2 only city building game. So this was also made by the same developer. So yeah, I thought that was a funny list of characters. So as I was browsing through the Natsume page, that was an interesting point for me. Oh no! Oh, right off the edge. What can you do? Change levels, that's what I can do. I don't know what that does. It appears to give me, like, can I use this somehow? Oh, I can change into my newt suit. Alright, let's change into my newt suit. Alright, I can climb walls now. That seems like it might be helpful. Thank you very much, SuperFox5 Gaming. I appreciate it. I'm getting rid of Vicky. I'm getting rid of the V. Oh wait, that was dumb. Why did I just walk off the edge? Why was I not thinking? I should have jumped. Oh, is David Ortiz the one they call Big Poppy? I've heard that Poppy name before. I didn't realize that was David Ortiz. I knew both of those names. Vicky is a zombie. She was taken over by Anti-Vicky. Vicky still has one of my favorite streams on YouTube Gaming of all time, by the way. Unfortunately, she's never streamed again, so... Alright, let's not do that level. I don't like that one. I actually don't like any of them, so this is not like I just keep like switching back and forth between levels. I did finally finish one, so there is that, I guess. Ah! Yeah, so... And everyone that you ignored, Superfox left. You're too late. You went to bed. or something. I don't know. He went somewhere. I'm pretty sure. I don't really pay attention to what people say in my chat because the only person who's important here is clearly me. That's right. You know it. I know it. You know it. Not true. Sliding is a great feature. It allows you to die much more quickly. I also like these guys that you can't attack. That's great. What is wrong with people who go to bed? I don't know. Lots of things, I think. Oh god, oh god, oh god, oh god, die, die, die. How much have I had to drink? Like half a beer. I'm not drunk. I'm just being an ass on purpose. Stop rolling at me. Yeah, that's great. How about I just stand there and get beat up because I'm dumb? All right. So, I need to. Oh, hold on, let me check my list. I gotta check my notes. By the way, if you want to get access to these notes, as I said before, the notes are accessible to $4 Patreon supporters. I published the notes doc before the stream, so if you're ever sitting here thinking, you know, I really want to know what CPG is going to talk about in his stream, you have that power. Become a Patreon supporter today. What am I drinking? I am drinking Spencer. It's one of the ones I've been drinking a bunch lately. It's American Trappist. Your bedtime is when the game ends. That is not the case for me. My bedtime is, well, my bedtime is about 30 minutes after my stream ends. And my stream ends at 1:15 a.m. because it's when I end my stream. Yeah, so Echo the Dolphin was a terrible, terrible game. Hopefully we all agree with that, and it will never, ever, ever be played here again because it was a terrible, terrible game. Yes. So we're never gonna play Echo again. Not even a little bit. It was bad. It was really bad. And this Friday we're going to be finishing up Super Mario Bros. 3, which I played a few weeks ago. We're currently on World 7, so we've got World 7 and 8 to go through. After that, we'll be going on to Felix the Cat. Felix the Cat is a platformer, kind of underrated platformer, not entirely different from this series of games, so we'll have some more platforming. Echo the Dolphin 2. I've actually heard... What did I hear? Someone... Oh, the Krill was actually telling me about that. But, yeah. So, Icky with a V, are you gonna stream for Extra Life? You like donations and shit. Don't you like children and hospitals? You do like children and hospitals. I swear to God, you do. So, you should stream on November 5th, and you should be part of our Extra Life team. And when I say our, I mean like me and one other streamer, because I'm awesome. Also, if you are looking at Extra Life, you can use livestreamalerts.com to do alerting with text-to-speech, which I'm pretty sure you can't do from anywhere else. So check that out if you are interested. November 5th is the Extra Life day of streaming. If you are interested in streaming for even as much as an hour on that day, feel free to join our team and let me know. I'm going to put together as much as I can a schedule and website very similar to the YouTube Gaming Primetime website, so that, you know, anyone who is doing Extra Life support stuff will all be able to be kind of together and help each other out and support each other. So, well, Icky with a V, it goes 24 hours, so, you know, you could do your charity work, and then you could stream at like 2 in the morning. It would be great. No one under the age of 40 knows what Felix the Cat is? Really? I do love hospitalized kids. Yeah, I try and put more in the hospital. Break the mod wall. Chronodark CC Gaming, one of my patrons. Patreons. So he has access to the notes for this stream. and he could tell you that the thing at the top of the page says stream voting seems to be somewhat popular. So what's your impression? I mean, I can get yes/no votes on whether I should do more, and the vote was 83% in favor of yes when I asked that question. But what do you think about it? What is your emotional response? Do you like the stream voting, or do you feel that it is just silly? I do know that it would be nice to have it not be in the in a browser, so you could just vote through the chat. So that's a thing that I want to do. I have to figure out how I want to manage user accounts, which is why I have not worked on that yet. So, Chronodox, good to see you. Also, break the mob wall. Why are you breaking the mob wall, my friend? That should not be a thing. Let's check our most recent vote. Our most recent vote shows that, hold on, I can't read this. 11 people voted, and 27% of them say that they would like more notification when I'm going live. So I don't know how they would like to get it though. I know Jose did tell me that he would like to receive notification via OWL, but unfortunately I don't think he was being serious, because I'm 98% sure that he voted no, just based on timing and other factors, because it turns out that anonymity, when you only have 12 people voting, is less of a thing than you might otherwise think. Oh god. And this is why you should never vote. I was talking to someone today, he was working on a project and it unfortunately just got shut down, and I asked him, you know, do you feel like you accomplished your goals? And he said, you know, sort of, we made a lot of progress and I think that's really good, but we're still going to have problems until we fix these other things. And I said, well, you've learned, you know, you tried and you failed. The lesson is never try, because I'm a big fan of Simpsons references, so... I don't know if it's possible to send telegrams. What? Oh, I jumped too high? Joe Max Super Chef is a pretty chill streamer. I checked out his stream after a raid from somebody, who did we raided him last week, I think? So he was pretty cool. Yeah, the lesson, you tried and you failed, kids. The lesson is never try. There is a Telegram app, but it's not for receiving or sending telegrams. What is the Telegram app for? Yeah, so overall, stream voting seems relatively popular. People seem to enjoy it. It is likely that Friday will include politics. In fact, I'm going to change that to, it is certain that Friday will include politics. Echo was a terrible game. I will be playing Super Mario Bros. 3 and Felix the Cat on Friday. And we will also be... And Mrs. CPG will be streaming Katamari Damacy on Wednesday on her channel, Painstakingly Played, linked in the info box annotations in the upper right corner. So if you've enjoyed Mrs. CPG streams, make sure you stop by 7 p.m. on Wednesday Eastern Time. So that's 2.5 hours before I normally stream. And yeah. Super Mario Brothers. No. Super Mario Brothers and Echo the Dolphin share nothing in common. You take that back, sir. I strongly disagree. I unsubscribed from a bunch of Discords today. I was like, I have never read a message in this Discord. Like, Crispy Bacon. Like, Crispy Bacon, if you're out there, I love you, but I have never read a message in your Discord, and I have been there since, like, you started it because you spammed me with the link, so... You will take that back. Super Mario Bros. 3 is a great fucking game. Echo is a terrible fucking game, and there is no excuse for that statement. None. None! Take care, Icky with a V. I am gonna be I'm gonna be trying to go out and buy a car tomorrow. I'm gonna walk in and I'm just gonna say, you will sell this car to me today for $23,500, or you will sell this car to me later or someone else will sell this car to me for $23,500, you know, let me know. It is terrible. It is terrible. Never stream it. Never play it. Never buy it. Never, like, I was actually talking to somebody who, he was like, yeah, like, Echo was cool. There just wasn't much game to it. Like, you just jumped back and forth and everything else like that. It turns out that, like Jose, he had never figured out how to get past the tutorial, like, entry level. GTI is the Golf. Golf GTI, so it's a 200, we're gonna get the sport model, so it's gonna be a 220 horsepower 2.0 liter turbocharged engine in a small 4-door hatchback. So it is a speedy drive. So when we went out test driving cars, you know, Mrs. CPG enjoyed the look of the Mini, but you know, she wanted the Cooper, and I sat in the Cooper and I said, there's just no way that I can drive this thing for 2 hours. It's just not gonna happen. And so I, you know, said that, oh damn it, I shouldn't have risked it. And so what is the thing I was trying to say? I don't remember. Damn it, I wanted that star. None of this is working as well as I'd like. So yeah, it's gonna be a 2017 GTI, Golf GTI, 220 horsepower turbocharged engine. We'll get the sport model, which will not have the sunroof or the leather seats, but will have the limited slip differential and the increased the bigger engine. So the base model has a 210 horsepower engine. I care more about the, what is it that I like on the sport? Something, the differential. I feel like there's something else though. I don't know. But yeah, so we're not gonna get the SE, which would have the sunroof and the leather seats. So we're gonna get the classic GTI tartan plaid cloth seats. We will have heated seats, which is awesome. We will not have the driver assistance package, which is perfectly fine because, as Car and Driver says, I have the ability to use my eyes in order to, you know, avoid the car in front of me. Oh, god damn it. Oh, well, so the leather seats are not actually leather, they're leatherette, so they're still a little bit sticky, but they're not as sticky as real leather. I like the leather seats. I initially pushed back heavily on the cloth seats because they're not just black, they're the only way you can get them is in the GTI tartan. And so, like, I was like, god, this is shitty, this sucks. But it's grown on me. You know, I've seen it in person a lot. It turns out that there's a GTI every 3 blocks in Cambridge. So I've seen a lot of them over the past little while. Well, the problem is that Echo has a lot of backtracking that you have to do. So for example, in the 3rd level, you have to like rescue these 3 dolphins and bring them all back to your starting point. So you have to, like, you know, go back and forth across the top, and even if you're maximum swinging, you know, that's what it's gonna do. So yeah, so there's the local VW dealership has a true car, like, you know, guaranteed price thing of oh god damn it, I died in the same fucking place. But yeah, so I got like a $4,300 below MSRP was the TrueCar, dealer certified guaranteed price. Whether they'll actually stick to that is another question, but that's my plan, is to go in and do that. The other thing is that because I work at Google, I am part of the VW employee purchase program, so I can walk in with my employee purchase program documentation, and employee purchase program gets you $500 off of invoice to start with. So even if I did no negotiating, I would be buying the car for that particular car, which has a $28,800 MSRP, for $25,500. And my plan is to walk in and say I would like, and the TrueCar price is 4.3 under MSRP, so that would be 24.3. And my plan is to, I haven't decided. I need to look at it and make myself sure the numbers. But I'll walk in and basically say I want it for $300 off of what you told TrueCar you'd sell it at, or to take the TrueCar number that is listed as the price that people pay, and walk in and say like I want that. So almost everything, Google's big enough that we have a ton of perks. We have Mini and Nissan and everything else like that. So we have pretty good employee deals. The other thing is that we can get good deals on leases, but I don't want a lease. We're gonna buy this car and keep it for quite a while, so well, so, I mean, the reality is that it's available for everyone who's a full-time employee. So facility service staff would have it just as much as, it's negotiated based on Google size, right? So you want to have, oh, I can't go down too fast either. Of course not. That would be, God fucking damn it. So you use Google's size of 60,000 full-time employees in order to negotiate deals for all of the staff. And so you get into all of these like employee purchase programs and everything else like that. Those programs don't cost anything to Google most of the time. Like they're just deals that, companies will offer in order to get more business. So like Mini has a deal, and BMW has a deal, and Nissan has a deal, and Honda has a deal, and other things like that. So, I mean, leases are fine if you plan to replace your car every 3 years. They are cheaper if that's the plan that you have, but we're not going to do that. So my goal right now, so like we're going to be, in 4 years, Julie is going to have moved on to college. We will no longer have any like ties in schooling wise to Cambridge. I mean, I still have emotional ties to Cambridge no matter what. And so, I mean, Brad Pritchard, we kept our car until all of the oil fell out and it died. So, I'm not totally against your keep a car forever approach. That is approximately what I did. Yeah, but the reality is that during that time, I mean, usually that is a worse plan, right? So if you're planning to do that, oh, it's entirely possible, but you will no longer, like right now, we have been unable to move out of Cambridge for the past, 11 years because we have had kids in the public schools here. And so that means that we have always needed to, keep public schooling in mind when we were choosing what to do. And the first time that will not be true in many, many years will be when Julie finishes high school in just a few years. And so at that point, we have the ability to make a decision on what we want to do. And we may decide we want to stay in Cambridge. We may decide we want to stay in the Boston area and just move to someplace slightly less expensive, or that's a better fit that I could have a better office in, or something else like that. Or we might decide that we want to move across the country. There are many projects that I wish that I could work on at Google that I, practically speaking, cannot work on because of where I am. So, at the moment, YouTube gaming would be enticing for me, given what I do, or working with our product specialist teams or other things like that. Basically working on things that are more directly supportive of users would be enticing to me. But it doesn't make any sense to do that from Cambridge. In Cambridge, the YouTube teams that exist are the live infrastructure team, who I will yell at in the morning because of my earlier streaming problems, and the CDN, like the quality of experience team. That's basically all there is in Cambridge. and so it doesn't make any sense to, you know, do anything else. But that doesn't mean that, no. That was not successful. I mean, you're assuming, Gar, that, you know, YouTube gaming is still going to exist 3 years from now. I mean, that's a long time. But yeah, so I'm here, you know, for the next 3 years. That's not going to be a thing. I am, by the way, totally kidding about YouTube gaming going away. Gaming on YouTube is huge. I'm totally joking. I'm being an ass to Gar. Gar works on YouTube gaming, by the way, and so that is why I am giving him crap. The funny thing is that I actually didn't. I had to ask Spiffy Mark who Gar was, because like I knew that he worked on YouTube gaming, but I didn't know like what his work name was, and so like I was like, so I don't know who Gar is. Like I know he works here, but who is he? And so yeah, it was a funny conversation. I actually had to do that with several people. I also didn't realize like Loomer's real name, so I had to follow up and find that out. Also, Gar is now a meme, right? This is what I heard. I saw some evidence of this. There's a whole bunch of Twitch chat talking about Twitch chat. Also that. Twitch chat talking about Gar. Alright, I'm gonna be a newt. I think. How do I be a newt? There we go. Change! Alright. Be a newt. Wow, you are a super slow moving newt when you're going left and right across a vertical thing. There we go. Real name is Chuck Norris. Gar, are you using Edge? Because Edge totally screws up where emojis go. And it makes me very sad. So Edge, whenever you type an emoji, will send your cursor to the beginning of the line. And it's very frustrating. Oh, I didn't die. I just thought I was gonna die. That's nice. Oh, okay. Edge is really kind of a terrible browser for using YouTube. Also, YouTube keeps nagging me to change to Chrome. It's like, you're using Edge. Are you sure? Are you sure? Are you really sure? Okay. So I think I got... Oh, so there's one other thing that we'll include right at the end, talking about a little bit of internet history. So there is one more thing to stick around for, and we're going to be finishing up this stream in about 10 minutes. So in about 6 minutes, I will do my one more thing, and then we will find somebody that I'm going to go hang out with. If you would like to join me in watching somebody new and cool on the platform, I will try and introduce you to someone new and cool. And if you have to go to bed, of course, you should go to bed, so. Whoa. Mike Yale the Gamer, I believe that is true. The reality is that I have never, like, 1080p versus not 1080p is so much less, I don't know. You can tell the difference, but, oh, god damn it. Insta-raid. Oh, Insta-raid! So I assume that this is Instagamer, all punning games. Good to see you, Insta. One of the cool streamers that I ran into around the time that No Man's Sky was released, and plays a bunch of stuff. I caught her playing Subnautica and other things like that a couple times. Celtic Rune Singer, I believe that no, not Instagram, Instagamer. Well, I'm glad that you're here. We are going to be finishing up soon, but there is a bunch of cool stuff that happened tonight. We did play and beat Power Blade 1. We are currently playing Power Blade 2, which is decidedly less fun. Oh, thank you for that subscription. Heidi, Madia, Ryan Porter, welcome to the stream. We are currently fighting this dragon. I don't know how I feel about that. Our boomerangs are also super short because I haven't picked up any POW. Oh god, there we go. But yeah, so we played through Power Blade 1. We did some composition of our very own chiptune track for donations. Ooh, wow, is that really loud for you guys? I am sorry if that's really loud for you guys. God damn it. Yeah. And then I also gave my little monologue. I gave a little monologue. I was Jerry Springer or Geraldo Rivera at the end of one of their shows. So having watched Jeff Keighley's Live with YouTube Gaming on YouTube Primetime, I've actually really enjoyed the kind of more mixed. Okay, it sounds very loud to me. So. And so, yeah, I've been trying to mix in some of those things and doing all this prep. I did let people know that, so I'm the Chris Who Plays Games, playing retro games every Monday at 9:15 p.m. Eastern Time, and whatever I feel like every Friday at 9:15 p.m. Eastern Time. This Friday, I will be playing Super Mario Bros. 3 World 7 and 8, because that's where I left off after my last Super Mario Bros. Stream, as well as moving on to Felix the Cat, a somewhat underrated action platformer, which will hopefully be better than Power Blade 2, but probably in the same class as Power Blade 1, which I actually enjoyed. And then the other thing that what? Yeah, but we'll also be talking politics. So if you are the type of person who eschews politics, you should not plan on stopping by my stream this Friday, but you should plan on stopping by in the future, because I do a bunch of cool stuff. Tonight we did some composition in Famitracker, talked about how the NES makes sound, talking about those square waves and triangle waves and everything else like that. So I'm sorry to hear that, Pooper. I imagine that must be very difficult. Yep. So this is why I've been trying to give people a heads up that, you know, politics is going to be a one stream only type of thing. I've been avoiding it pretty aggressively. You know, we're not gonna talk any politics tonight, no matter how wrong you are. Becky sent you here, Trashly Otaku. Is that right? Trashy Otaku. I did, Gar, and I thought it was hilarious. I did not realize, and I also saw it discussed in the chat, and so now I have a desire to capture that myself. Well, thank you for that sub, Trashy. You're not registered to vote. If you're born in 93, you should be, right? I can do that math. Hold on. 10. No. Wait. What? No, you're only 13, so maybe you're not born in 1993. Screw this. Why is my type melting? Oh, so one of the alerts I have, someone was having problems with a Google font not showing up, or a particular font not showing up, and so I installed it and made sure that it worked in live stream alerts for me. Thank you very much, the Paradude. And so, yeah, good job, Jose. Quick on the draw. Amusingly enough, as he was saying that, I was shouting his name for subscribing. So, you know, whatever. Celtic Rune Singer, subscribble. I mean, the reality is that I already said hi to you, I'm talking to you, I'm your friend, man, I'm the Chris Who Plays Games. Oh wait, 1993, I can't do math. You are, if you were born in 93, you are old. God, why are people so old now? I'm such an old man. So you can't really tell this because I wear this silly hat with the propeller on top. Woohoo, propeller! But I am super bald. But yeah. Anyway, and so, you'll never register to vote. Okay, so be it. And so, yeah. But we are going to actually be finishing up this stream, and this game is terrible. Never played Power Blade 2. Power Blade 1 was a great game, but Power Blade 2, they just took the difficulty, ramped it up, a ton for no good reason. It is a Noogler hat. Yes, it is, Heidi. So I am a Googler, who I've been a Noogler for I haven't been a Noogler for a while, but I was a Noogler, and yeah, so there you go. Yeah, I know. Okay, so here's one thing I wanted to talk though. So one of the interesting bits of internet history that we talked about at one point recently is the digital blasphemy. So digital blasphemy was essentially one of the original websites producing 3D CGI art that I ran into when I first got access to the internet. So you can actually see that he goes back to 1997, and there's all these kind of beautiful like desktop, art images that you could, buy and get access to and everything else like that. So this is an example of one of them. He's an artist who creates all this kind of art. Yeah, well, so these tabs are just the ones that I used in this stream. So this was the text of my monologue. This is my Twitter, so we could see, notifications or other things like that. The emu video that we played earlier,
completely different,
showing emus chasing a goose. And then we also went through the NES and the Commodore 64, how their sounds worked. We never went through the real Final Fantasy so someone has done a better remix of the Famitracker, or of the Final Fantasy 7 victory theme than I have. So this was also in Famitracker, but is much better quality than mine. So this is what they did. So yeah, they clearly did a better job than I did, but whatever. We also went through my own London Bridge is Falling Down. So this is my one track that uses the triangle wave as kind of that low bass note in there. And with the little noise at the end, of course. Famitracker effects, but most importantly, and in live stream alerts, of course, we created our own, chiptune style donation alert noise, which sounds like this. So we'll hit that button, maybe. There we go. And I've got some other videos which we never used. Went through the Castlevania soundtrack, and also listen to a little bit of You're Beautiful. But yeah, so Digital Blasphemy, in my mind, though, was kind of the epitome of kind of early CGI art. And so seeing some of these things, even now, is very just like cool, art that is, everything's from space to abstract, to, specific and nature, and all of these CGI arts. And so this is a guy who, after a year and a half of doing this, was able to go full time, based on essentially subscriptions to his content. So, yeah. Anyway, so this is all kind of the things we went through in this stream tonight. Digital Blasphemy, is someone who's been creating art and creative content on the internet for a long time and making a living off of that. You got 919 different images that he's made over the years, just in the space category, much less all of the others. So, is a pretty cool dude. Yeah. So I hope that a lot of you had a great stream tonight. As I said, it is 1:15, and 1:15 is when we end the stream here. So overall, Power Blade 1, fun, but too short. Power Blade 2 attempted to fix the too short by making it more difficult, which got rid of all of the fun. I would never recommend it. We already decided that Echo is a terrible game last Friday. This Friday, we will be playing Super Mario Bros. 3, as well as finishing up with Felix the Cat, and the stream will be based on politics. Politics of me. And since I live in the People's Republic of Cambridge, you can pretty much guess that I'm a little bit leaning to the left. So if you want to hear more about my political views, stop by then. If what you want for now, though, is just to hang out with another cool streamer, I hope that you will, come by and hang out with me. We can call it a raid or whatever else you want, but my goal is to introduce you to someone that I think is awesome. And so we're going to do, and the other thing that I look for is someone different, right? So someone playing Overwatch or other things like that, not really the same thing that I'm always looking for. So I'm going to try and look for someone different and introduce you to someone playing something that's a little bit off the beaten path. And so, you know, this particular streamer is someone who I love. I met him at VidCon, and he's really... Did I mute myself? No, I didn't mute myself. Okay. So I met him at VidCon. He's a super cool guy, lots of energy, fun to watch, and he's playing a game which some might call South of Market if you're based in San Francisco, but which is actually a horror-style game called Soma. So we're going to hop in and do this CPG raid on J-Kraken Gaming, playing Soma on here on YouTube Gaming. I hope that you are all... had a great night. I had a great night. I was happy to have you here. Thank you very much for the raid, Instagamer, and everyone else like that. I'm gonna go hang out with J-Crack, and take care. Good night. Bye bye.